hit the got it. That's one got it there. And done. Let me hit the got it on this one here also. Goat it, right? All righty, y'all. Namaste, namaste, namaste. Islam, Islam, Islam. I am Brother Hasan Ghaziel Bey here at Morocco at Northwest of Mexham. How are you? All righty, guys. We are simulcasting right now just to get through the invocation intern, the Moorish American prayer, as well as the 2 letters to be read in every meeting. You guys know here on Instagram, what we're going to do is we're going to continue on 7hillstar.com's YouTube channel, which is where we are now, actually. So we're on 7 Hillstars YouTube channel. So guys, when we finish up here on Instagram, and we thank you all who are actually showing up now here, we're going to go actually over here and complete what it is that we have to do, right? On the YouTube. You guys are not going to want to miss this telephony field trip number 3, man. We are going to travel via telephone. That's what telephony is, right? You're utilizing the telephone. We are going to actually have ourselves enjoy being near the Maryland State Republic and the Nevada State Republic today. So guys, you are in for a good one. Make sure you get your pens and papers, all righty, so that you can really allow yourself to be fair to yourself, you know, and maybe relax a little from the Federal Reserve Agency hypnosis that's probably weighing you down. So what we're going to do is go in. Who's the we that we're with? Actually, it is I and no other than my beloved brother in whom I'm well pleased, and he is
Islam. You already know. Our Muhammad Bey, all rights reserved.
Yay, yay. And I mean, I don't know if he wanted to say something, you know what I'm saying, but he's chilling in the green room with us, guys. You know what I'm saying? Our exalted Cyclops, brother, exalted Cyclops.
Islam. Happy Venus degree, Morris. Happy Holy Day.
Indeed, brother Corey Bay. He says happy holy degree to all the beloved Muslims globally and intergalactically. I'm paraphrasing, right? So with that being said, guys, let's get started. I'm going to do my screen share here. All righty, on the YouTube, right? Remember, guys, 7 Hillstar, all rights reserved YouTube, guys. All righty, where you can go and see the fullness of it all. But we're going to do what we do here on Instagram as we do every Friday. And we always are letting you know supreme honors to Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Seriously, man, for bringing us back the knowledge that has always been here. Just we needed a divine reminder pertaining to our nationality and birthrights, guys. You can't sit there being Black people all your life. All righty, Black according to science is deaf. Black according to linguistics is pale. And Black, according to anthropology and biology, is a chimpanzee monkey. So are you a pale dead monkey? I don't know. With beautiful olive toned skin, some people refer to it as copper. I don't know why some people be like, blacker than black, because we Black, y'all. No. My fez may be Black. I don't think my skin is, though. I don't think, there's no such thing as, Black people. That just doesn't, it's like there's no such thing as white people. However, there are statuses that people hold that are Black. There are statuses that people hold that are white. All free white persons, raise your hand. Here we go. All right, my hands up. So I'm a free white person here. Any other free white persons here? Just want to know. No, by raising hands. Anyone?
There's only three
hands up there. I know Brother Corey's in the background. Oh, there. Oh, okay. Brother R.'s hand was not afraid. So he had to throw his hand in the air and wave it because he simply does care, because we're not here to be in the States, and you guys are going to see what that actually means today. All righty, so let's get started. I am going to yield the floor to my beloved brother Muhammad Bey. Guys, we're going to stand, right? As a matter of fact, screen share real quick here. Start the broadcast. Let me open up the iBooks, bring up the Divine Constitution and Bylaws, right? And boom shakalaka, TikToker don't stop us. Standing there handsomely on his square standing due guard is Prophet Noble Drew Ali and his Moorish Sharif's fez, right? Standing due guard firmly on his square. And below his feet there are the words pertaining to our invocation in, called the Moorish American prayer. We're going to stand like Prophet Noble Ali as far as having our feet like that. We're going to face east. Facing directional east is metaphysically referring to going within oneself, all righty? And we're going to hold up 5 appendages, all 5 appendages on the left hand, all righty? 2, just the index and middle on the right, all righty? Facing east, having our feet just like Prophet Noble Ali in that picture there, right? And I yield the floor to my beloved brother, whom I'm well pleased, Brother Bey. Islam.
Islam, repeat after me. Allah, Father of the universe.
Allah, the Father of the universe.
Father of love.
Father of love.
Truth.
Truth.
Peace.
Peace.
Freedom.
Freedom.
And justice.
And justice.
Allah is my protector.
Allah is my protector.
My guide.
My guide.
And my salvation.
And my salvation.
By night and by day.
By night and by day.
Through his holy prophet.
Through his holy prophet.
Noble Drew Ali.
Noble Drew Ali.
Amen.
Amen. All righty, y'all. Let's get it started. All right, let's go to the first letter to be read in every meeting, right? All righty, I'm going to do the first letter. I'm going to recite the first letter to be read in every meeting. The following is a letter written by Prophet Noble Drew Ali on the 18th day of January 1928, Anno Domini. He commanded that it be read before every meeting. This is pages 84 and 85 in the administrative functions, Moorish Holy Temple of Science administrative functions. You guys can get this book from rvbaypublications.com if you choose. All righty, without further ado, here on page 85, Moorish Science Temple of America, Home Office 3603 Indiana Avenue, Noble Drew Ali founder, Chicago, Illinois. All righty, January 18th, 1929. To be proclaimed in every meeting. Dear brother, Islam, I'm glad to know that I have few faithful Moors among you all, and I desire for them to know the truth and the divine truth. There's a host of jealousy, quote unquote, about me and the movement now by the same people of our side of the nation that claim it was only a joke and unreal. But now, since they have found out from the government officials and the nations of the earth that this is the only sole foundation that all Asiatics must depend upon for their earthly salvation as an American citizen, they are working every scheme that they can to disqualify me so they themselves may take charge of the situation. I have notified all these things to you long ago in the past. It is, it is through the faithful Moors that contribute to the movement and uplifting funds. The ones that paid their divine respect to me and the movement will be remembered. That is why I'm calling upon all faithful Moors to increase their faithfulness to me, your prophet, and your divine Moorish movement. I need finance, and I need it bad. Never before have I needed finance as badly as I do at present, that I may shove aside the discord that is facing the nation. It all comes through jealousy because of my, quote, fame and nobility, end quote, period. The nations of the world will not recognize the movement without me, the prophet, being the head. It has been proven by my work in which I have performed in the last few months because I was at the governor's inauguration to represent the Moorish and Divine National Movement. And I will be at the inauguration of President Hoover for the same cause. Noble Drew Ali. Islam. So secondly, here we're looking at the Moorish literature, excerpts from the Moorish Guide newspaper. All righty, pages 12 and 13. Again, Prophet Noble Drew Ali standing handsomely there in his Moorish Sharif fez, standing due guard. And on page 13 is a divine warning by the prophets, second letter to be read in every meeting, right? And we're just discerning from great spirit that this is to be comprehended also. And I yield the floor to my beloved brother, please, Brother Bey, Islam.
Islam. Divine warning by the Prophet, Noble Drew Ali. Prophet warns all Muslim governors ordered to read proclamation at each meeting. I hereby inform all members that they must end all radical agitating speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. I see what's happening. All right. No echo now, right? Okay.
But either way.
We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cars at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We are love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any member or group of members who hold malicious feelings toward the temple or the prophet or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive their reward from Allah from their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Noble Drew Ali. And if the prophet is not right, the temple is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the temple. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways by order of Prophet Noble Drew Ali.
Indeed, Islam, man. That's excellent, guys. You already know. Go and join us at 7 Hillstar, All Rights Reserved YouTube channel. Continue to see in this presentation as we continue our telephony field trip. All righty, guys. You will not be disappointed. We're going to actually have a lot of fun here. Just being jurisprudence brothers, exactly, you know. So with that being said, here on the Instagram, I'm going to yield, all righty. I'm going to say to you all, namaste, namaste, namaste. Thank you for joining us. Islam, Islam, Islam. Peace and love. All righty, man. I'm gonna share this out even right now, man. Let's just do the share on that right now. Let me collaborate with you, bro. Just gonna tag you in it. Seriously, brother. All right, so that's just up already. When it's up, then it's up. All right. So now just come back and do everyone else when we're complete, right? So with that being said, actually, let me use, I know which cover I want to use too, man. Seriously. Boom, shakalaka. There we go. Use that right there. Right there. Right? And just, as always, Supreme Honest, the Prophet Noble Drew Ali. All righty. So with that being said, let me click the share button. All right, there it is. All righty, y'all. So let's get started here. Without further ado, Brother R, you wanna kind of I know we already said a little bit of what we're doing. You kind of want to reiterate what it is that we about to get into, man?
Yeah, this is like you said, a telephony field trip. So just put your seatbelt on, I guess. Get you, you know, whatever you need, some snacks, drink, you know what I mean, your paper and pencil or pen, and take some notes and just enjoy the trip. That's what I'll say. Enjoy the ride.
Islam, we about to get it in. Halo City Young is in the chat, says shalom, peace be unto you all. Happy holy day, Muslims. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Islam, give thanks. We thank you so much. And Mother Sahar L, she's in the chat too. Peaceful greetings, Brother Hasan and Brother Aura. Right? Oh, she spelled Aura like A-U-R-A. That is so cool, bro. Like talking about your aura. Like that's pretty dope. That's really dope, right? Even though we know it's A-R-A-H, that I ain't gonna front. That's a pretty good typographical error, though. Yeah. I gotta keep it a whole bad. Like, that's pretty cool, bro. Happy holy day to you, Mother Sahar. Gratitude indeed for you guys' participation, right? So with that being said, let me actually pause that and just keep that there so I can actually see the chat, behind me and just check that out, right? All right, guys, so let's get started, right? So, because I know I'm about to, I'm going to start out the telephony field trip. So let me just actually do a screen share here, right? And bring up the Safari here. All righty. And there we go. So where am I starting? Okay, this is where we're going to start here. All righty, because I just want to ask a question. I want to call a clerk and ask them about the process service, right? Because why, Brother R? Go in real quick. I'm gonna run to the room real quick and I'll be right back. But why are we talking about process service, especially when it comes to policy enforcers serving so-called tickets that we know are bill of attainders? I yield.
The reason we're talking about process service is because we have immunity from civil suits, just like the so-called sovereigns, right? If a state is being a sovereign and whatnot, does not waive their sovereign immunity, they can't be sued in certain instances. So we too have an immunity when it comes to civil suits, and that immunity is rooted in your consent to be sued. So the reason one may be sued for a traffic offense is because one contracted with the agency, such as the DMV, where in said contract, they agreed to be pulled over on the side of the road for violations of the statutes or the codes, right? The traffic laws, the alleged traffic laws that they have consented to be in conformity with, right? The contract is what obligates them to those statutes. Therefore, when they're pulling you over, they're assuming, right, or presuming, or they know, one of the three, that you are contracted with their DMV and their state or whatnot to follow these regulations. And this is your consent. This is you waiving consent to be sued. This is you agreeing to be pulled over in this fashion. This is you agreeing to be served in a particular fashion. This is you agreeing to being brought into a venue as waiving personam jurisdiction and allowing them to administer their administrative affairs with regard to the enforcement of these codes, policies, statutes, ordinances, or whatnot that you agreed to. If you never agreed to that, there's no way they can bring you into one of these venues for a violation of one of these things, because you can't violate something you're not obligated to. It doesn't make sense. That's like saying, if you walk into McDonald's and they're like, hey, get out of our store because you don't have slip resistant shoes on. And it's like, wait, I thought that was for your cooks and stuff behind the counter who cooking, it's a liability if they slip and fall. So as a preventative risk management measure, their employees have to wear slip resistant shoes. Now, one who just comes in there who wants to eat their nasty food, they don't have a contract with McDonald's to wear slip resistant shoes. So how can they be subject to the terms of a contract that they don't have? It ain't no different because they're a so-called government corporation. That doesn't change the laws of contracts or the laws that govern contracts. A contract has to meet specific elements in order for it to even be enforceable. Another great example would be you signing a lease and agreeing to be evicted through the eviction process in a particular court. The reason why the alleged landlord is bringing you into a venue is because you signed a contract agreeing to be dealt with in that manner. But if you don't have that contract, then you can't be held to something that you haven't agreed to, because again, governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. If you didn't consent, they have no power over you. Okay? So this is why we're calling about process, because we're trying to find out how are they putting people through a procedure when they are not contracted with the DMV, when they're not contracted with the state, when they don't have an oath of office and a contract? How are they presuming jurisdiction in these instances?
That's a really, 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 really good question. Islam. And it's like, so the first stop we're going to stop at a circuit court, right? What is a circuit court? I mean, that was great, Brother Ara. So we're going to stop at a circuit court first on our telephony field trip. And then we're going to go on to a district court, right? In our telephony field trip, all near the Maryland State Republic. We're just going to, cut open our minds, pour out what we think we know about these, entities, right? And then have them pour their wisdom in, if there is any from them. So with that being said, the circuit courts of Maryland, right? Away from Maryland, I guess, because of is a prepositional phrase.
Are you screen sharing?
I'm not screen sharing. Interessante. Let me do so. Oh, it said it stopped. Look at that. Looky, Astro Cookie. Let's do this one more. All right, here we go. So let's take a stop here, right? Because look, I found this document. I was like, what can the courts hear? There's this beautiful 2-page PDF here, right? 2-page PDF, right? And it says Maryland's judicial system, right? And it lets you know right here, hey, the Maryland court system has 4 levels, all right? So this is the judicial branch, right? Hearing executive branch cases. And I just want to know if there's delegated authority to do so. So that's what I'm going to ask. 2 trial courts and 2 appellate courts. Trial courts consider evidence presented in a falling, right? Because case etymologically means to like one has fallen. I mean, we're not going to make that up. Let's just very briefly look at the etymology for case, right? Shall we look up case? Right? Let's just click on that one, right? And let's look up case. When people think, they got a court case. So what do you have? You have what kind of case do you have? You're having a what? Oh, you're having a what befalls one. You're having a state of affairs, right? So Prophet Noble Ali did prescribe, take your place amongst the affairs pertaining to minds, right? Early 13th century, quote, what befalls one, right? State pertaining to affairs, right? State of affairs, right? End quote. From old French, cas, right? Quote, an event, happening, situation, quarrel, trial, end quote. From Latin, casus, quote, a chance. Oh, that sounds like gambling. Occasion, opportunity, right? That sounds like an open portal. Accident, mishap, quote, literally, quote, a falling. So we're uplifting fallen humanity here from all this casing going on, all this falling going on, right? Mm-hmm. Don't let them case the joint with, so-called badges and uniforms and, we're a fraternal order of policy enforcement. Okay. They're not black, they OJ.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, from cas, the prefix, past participle stem of cadere, quote, to fall, sink, settle. I'm falling. It's stupidity. Because you really think that, I gotta go to court, I got a case, you got a falling. That's what you got. Mm-hmm. To fall, sink, settle down, decline, perish. You got a need to perish. You got a court perishing happening there. All right. Anyway, used widely of the setting of heavenly bodies. Whoa. That sounds bad. Just got real AstroCivic there. Of the setting of heavenly bodies, the fall of Troy, suicides. Close parentheses. From Proto-Indo-European root kad, to fall. Right. So
that's interesting.
Go ahead, say what you're going to say, bro. Go right ahead, bro. I'm not going to stop you.
That's interesting that it says suicide because, in certain jurisdictions and venues, there is no complaint filed on a record until you yourself show up and they give you the alternative. They give you the ultimatum of either paying them, quote unquote, or talking to the judge. But it's like,
keep going.
paying for what if there's nothing filed yet? Talking to the judge for what if there's nothing filed yet? Are you telling me to suicide? Right? Is that a chance opportunity for me to make a mistake, for a mishappening to take place?
All right, I'm here. Thought I had to go get the puppy from out back because I took him out back. My beloved mother, mistress, consort, back the puppy. All right. So yeah, bro. Like, I mean, so look, we're looking at these 4 levels, talking about cases and make judgments based on the facts, right? Based on the facts. Really, facts is what's made up. Truth is different. Truth is, facts are made coming from facere or facere, to make. In the Latin is facere, F-A-C-E-R-E, to make. You know what I mean? Are you making believe here? Because don't they usually say, we have sufficient knowledge to believe? How is your knowledge sufficient enough for you to believe? Are you like right. SpongeBob with imagination? Like, what the fuck is happening here?
Yeah,
okay, anyway, I'm just saying, right? So with that being said, based on the facts, the law and legal precedent, prior legal decisions from a higher court, that's within, parentheses there. Appellate courts review a trial court's actions and decisions and decide whether the trial judge properly followed the law and legal precedent. That sounds like judiciary discipline there, right? Or judicial review. Given the facts presented and the applicable law. So there's some things in law that they're like, we're just not going to apply that portion of the law. It's going to apply. This is what that sounds like to me. Generally, appellate courts do not decide which party won or lost a trial, nor do they conduct a new trial. Rather, they review the earlier trial and determine whether or not it was fair according to the law. So in other words, when like the challenge flag is thrown on the play and then like the referees are looking in the field like, and they hit the button on their hip. After review of the video, we see that this magistrate was on some bullshit and the case is this. Like, that's really what's happening. We got to have fun with this, guys. Stop being fucking intimidated by these beings who are not government. It's no different than playing basketball, tennis, badminton, where all those take places on the court, just like volleyball. All righty? And the clerk is the one who, records what type of game is about to go down in whatever particular court, and who sits the bench would be the referee, termed the judge, who's actually entrusted to be fair and not practice law from the bench, where that's really the practice now. Why? Because most people are not comprehending what these places are. Most people don't comprehend. They're not even in the state. Most people, you'll ask like, yo, where you at right now? They be like, yo, I'm in Minnesota. Like, what? So hold on. You're not in your own body? Because how are you living? Are you like doing some like necromancy type shit? Like you like Ghosts. We're watching Ghosts. Like fucking Whoopi Goldberg's character. Like is that what it is? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so you're just jumping out of your body going into Minnesota? Is that even right? I don't think that's correct. That shouldn't be happening technically. However, with that being said, that's the language socially engineered into people. And they're like, well, man, because, everybody think like this, so we got to go along and get along. And you sound like a dumbass. Respectfully, I'm not being mean. I'm just saying that we need to analyze these things and don't take the position, oh, man, we can't, be hard on people that don't know. Okay, these systems are being hard on you. And here's a life raft, and you like, don't save our lives that way. Don't throw me a life raft like that. Like, are you serious? Stop it. All right. So let's take our first stop to a circuit court. What does a circuit court do? Anybody want to read, or you want me to continue reading?
I'll read it.
Islam.
All right, circuit courts. The circuit courts of Maryland, located in all 23 counties and Baltimore City, are the trial courts of general jurisdiction. Circuit courts generally handle the state's major civil cases and more serious criminal matters, along with juvenile cases, family matters such as divorce, and most appeals from the district court, orphans courts, and administrative. It's funny how they put orphans courts after divorce. And administrative agencies. The circuit courts also can hear, under certain circumstances, civil or criminal cases from the district court, in which one of the parties has requested a jury trial. Cases ordinarily tried in the district court, if the penalty is 3 or more years. A jury trial, cases ordinarily tried in the district court, if the penalty is 3 or more years in prison, a fine of 2,500 doll hairs or more, or both, and domestic violence cases.
So now the question is, what makes someone obligated to show up to a circuit court hearing? Like, is there some contract or oath that is on the record for who's being summoned to the court? And if so, is there an injured party that's making the claim? Right?
Right.
And if so, are there witnesses? Is the claim being made under penalties of perjury? Is the complaint being made under the penalties of perjury? We're just curious, that's all. You know what I'm saying? We're just curious. So if that's not taking place, then what's really happening, you know? And again, you guys can't be criminal with this knowledge. You think you could, I'm telling you. I done seen you can only grasp this provided your spirit's in the right place. Like, seriously. It's the only way you can really grasp this stuff, guys. Alrighty, so with that being said, right? Yes, Mother Sahara, right? It is a very interesting etymological definition pertaining to case, right? It's very interesting, right? All right, so with that being said, let's give a call, shall we? Let's just call, you know, the circuit court. Let's just, hey, you circuit court. Hey, you circuit court. Let's do that, right? And I think it's Clarence and Mitchell Courthouse, right? So that would be 410-333, right? Let's do that. Let's call them. Since it's so public, right? All we're doing is reciting what's on the internet. 410 is the said so-called area code. 333. Look at that. 333. 3722, right? And I just want to speak to the clerk. You know what I mean? To the clerk, to the clerk. All right, that's all I want to do, right?
Seatbelts, everyone! Your call may be monitored for quality assurance purposes. Please hold on while I try that extension.
All right. Trying the extension. It's raining. Cruising on down Main Street. Oh, you stop. Now I know it's well after lunch.
Please enter your personal security code.
Enter your personal security code. What have I called here? So now you're hanging up on me? How dare you? But you don't love me. You don't love me. You don't want to answer the phone. I'm just saying, we are trying to contact you with the contact us there at the bottom. Contact us. That's what we just did. But you know, answer. You don't want to answer. Wapen. I say, well, wapen, right? So this is who we want to speak to, right? Well, not that guy. However, we want to speak to the clerk. to the clerk. That's what we want to speak to, right? So let's see what's going on here, right? I've been to just looking in the C section, not like cesarean. I'm just saying.
Maybe court office.
Yeah, that's probably kind of where we are. It's just kind of odd though. So court reporting. Let's see what court offices is. Administrative office, attorney grievance commission. Way to go, brother Ara. Look what we uncovered, right? So we see what that is, right? We want the clerk. So let's see. Let's just try the number again. Why not? Let's just call them. Yo, that is fucking classic, bro. Oh my goodness. Let's do it again.
Thank you for calling the Civil Law Department for the Circuit Court of Baltimore City.
Civil Law
Your call
Department.
may be monitored for quality assurance purposes. Please hold on while I try that extension.
All right. Okay. Court help. We're looking for the clerk.
Baltimore City Circuit Court, may I help you?
Yes, good afternoon to you. I'm Brother Hasan. I'm calling because I'm on a bit of a telephony field trip, right? I'm kind of just calling to get some knowledge. I'm a jurisprudence student, and I just wanted to just make sure of a few questions that I had. So I trust you can pour your wisdom into my mind today. Have I reached a clerk?
Yes, I'm a clerk. I'm not a lawyer. So what would your questions be?
Okay, excellent. So I'm looking here, I'm reading the judiciary. And so I just wanted to kind of just figure out or find out what would make someone compelled to show up at a circuit court, because I've been seeing some people challenge showing up in their actual, personam, so to speak. So what would be the qualifying things though? Like, okay, you would have to show up for this so-called court case. Why? That's what I would like to know.
I have no idea what you asked me. What do you mean? Why would they show up?
Yeah, like, okay, so say someone's like, because I see the circuit court deals with, say it was someone said they got injured by someone, right? And so that would be technically a crime, because there would be a bodily injured victim being said to being created. However, my question would be, would they have to be a quote unquote resident?
No, civil court is not criminal.
Okay. So, all right, because when I'm reading the judiciary, I'm just making sure, just help me out. Because like I said, I don't want to go around like I'm a know-it-all or something. So I have no problem. All right, thank you. So the circuit courts pertaining to Maryland, okay, hold on. Circuit courts generally handle the state's major civil cases and more serious criminal matters, along with juvenile cases, family matters, such as divorce, and most appeals. Hey, but you said, I'm sorry, I didn't want to butcher that. Did you say Patricia or Letitia?
Patricia.
Hey, Patricia, how are you? This is Brother Hasan. I am calling because I'm looking for you guys' wisdom, right? All right. What would qualify someone, what would have to compel someone to actually show up to the actual venue there at court? Is there like some like determining factors or things of that nature?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think that's the wrong. Hold on.
Oh, all right, no problem.
Thank you for holding.
Hey, how are you? Peaceful greeting.
Good.
I was just calling. I'm just trying to find some things out here. I'm Brother Hasan.
I spoke to you before, and I told you that civil is not criminal, and there are criminal charges. There's a criminal court, civil criminal, and then there's just regular criminal for things, foreclosures and deeds and different things. So it's got a whole bunch of different categories in reference to civil.
So would there have to be say if it was, I'm guessing, okay, let's say if it was Department of Housing and Urban Development, would that be considered a civil case that you would hear at the circuit court?
It depends on what you're you're taking a complaint out against. But you can look all this stuff on Google and they'll explain it to you. And I would explain it to you further, but I can't really talk to you right now because there's people in front of me.
Oh,
I have to address that situation. Okay?
well, thank you so much.
Good day.
You too. Peace and love. Running. Did they just, oh, I gotta get, oh shit, it's a motherfucking legal question. I gotta get the fuck out of here. Like, is that what just happened? It's okay, ladies.
She's a runner, she's a track star.
I mean, they got to do what they do to get that hair and nails done, man. You know what I'm saying? That's all they want to know. What do I need to know just to make sure I get this mani and petty and get my eyebrows threaded? I think that's all they're really concerned about. And get their quote unquote rent paid or mortgage paid. Like they're not really caring about actually what it is, or they actually watch 7 Hill Star. They're like, holy shit, those guys from that YouTube channel are calling us. We got to get the fuck out of here. They're way too polite, so we can't be mean when we say, gotta go, motherfuckers. Like, gotta get out of here. They knocked over the glass of water and ran and shit.
She's a public servant. She's a public servant. She's supposed to do her job, not run off the phone. It doesn't matter if you got people in front of you. If you have people in front of you, you shouldn't have answered, or you should have more workers there to assist.
I know. And Mother Sahar just typed in the chat in YouTube. She said, quote, I'm a clerk and not a lawyer. It's just like, yo, do we sound like, yo, can you imagine nobody can see us? We're just on the phone. We must sound like AstroCivics, bro. Like, can you just imagine that? Like, the sound of our voice made her go, hey, motherfucker, hold up. I'm just a clerk. I'm not a lawyer. Hold up. And it's just like, oh bullshit. She was
You're running before you even asked the question.
Women. What'd you say?
She was running before you even asked the question.
Yo, before I asked the question, is I went, hey, this is Brother Hasan. How are you? She's like, oh shit. Knocked over the water and she got out of there. Get the fuck out of here. Like, yo, like it's those Moors that actually make fucking sense. We gotta go. You know what I mean? You can look it up on Google. Yes, Mother Sahar, she did say that. She said that, hey, Mother Samaya, peaceful greetings to you, right? So yeah, she actually said that. She said, all of this you can look up on Google. Now Google's the clerk. What the fuck? Right. Hey, we go to the jurisprudence gym and we found out you guys don't have, I couldn't even ask, where do you get the delegated authority to hear HUD cases? I didn't even get there yet, bro. Because that's what I was about to ask. Let's say it's a housing and urban development case. They must be getting railroad. I mean, they must be railroading motherfuckers and that type shit to the point where the guilt from it had to be like a meeting or something just recently. Like what if our telephony field trips are circulating all across different so-called court jurisdictions across the planet? That's fucking funny, bro. It's just like, I know my voice isn't like, oh, that's just somebody, that's just normal voice of every people. No, my voice is very fucking recognizable. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like you can close your eyes, right? And somebody play some random videos and 2 of them out of 5 is my voice. You're like, shit, that was Brother Hasan and that one was Brother Hasan. I already know it. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you got a unique voice either. I mean, a so-called common voice either, Brother R. They're going to hear that combination and be like,
I called the city attorney's office, the criminal division, and the lady straight up said, I spoke to you about this before already. You have to contact City Hall. Like, she clearly remembered me. It had been like a week or 2.
And you've never seen her in person, as they say, face to face, actually. Never. It was just on the phone.
Yeah.
Which means the vibration makes these people feel a certain way. Do you guys see that? We spoke in an intelligent tone. How favorable was that reply there? Oh, you see, I got to go because I got people in front of me. And, but I called first.
Right.
The fuck? I'm just curious. And I know they heard when I was on hold, they heard me reading the shit about circuit courts, but whatever. On to the next part of our telephony field trip, right? Traffic court, right, is held at District Court for Baltimore City. Looky, Astro Cookie, right? So let's go back here to what's being said, right? It's saying here that district courts do what, bro? You want to read that up for district courts?
District Court. The District Court of Maryland has 33 locations in 12 districts statewide, with at least one judge presiding in every county and Baltimore City.
Correct, because it's set up 23 counties, one Baltimore City. Kind of like how, you know, the different so-called churches are, all these Western churches and one Eastern Orthodox church. Yeah, it's set up just like that. Okay, I yield.
Mm-hmm. Yep, there are no juries in the district court. Wait, what? Hold on, what?
He said, wait, what?
What do you mean there's no juries in the district court? Like,
how can you have a fucking fair trial amongst your peers then?
Wowzer. The district court hears both civil cases. I'm stunned right now, bro. I feel like they hit me with a taser.
That's why I said let's go to telephony field trip, bro. This is gonna be fun.
Including claims up to 30,000 domestic violence cases, landlord-tenant disputes, replevin, the recovery of goods claimed to be wrongfully taken or held, and
which is your land conveyance being towed, you being so-called put out. It's dispossessory, where possession is 9/10 pertaining to the law.
Mm-hmm.
So to counter that, it's replevin.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? How about a cease and desist?
How about a 1983 claim?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Or Blevins, depending on which one when you go and research the two. You know what I'm saying? I yield.
Yes, and civil cases involving amounts at or less than 5,000 and criminal cases. The district court hears criminal cases, including motor vehicle boating violations. Come on now, we know traffic violations, which is what motor vehicle falls up under is traffic. Traffic violations are not crimes.
But they're calling them criminal cases, including, including means all enclosed or only.
Mm-hmm.
That's what including means. Including doesn't mean also. A lot of people are under the hypnosis that including means also. No. Yeah. Include means to enclose within, only within this scope. That's what include means. So include also denotes only.
Mm-hmm. Including motor vehicle / boating violations and other misdemeanors and limited felonies. Although the circuit courts share jurisdiction, if the penalties authorized are 3 years or more in prison, a fine of 2,500 doll hairs or more, or both. So they're saying they share the jurisdiction with the circuit court in that instance. Because the
and when you look back at the circuit court, it says, look, right here, look, can I highlight this? That's why they don't have a jury in district court. The circuit courts also can hear, under certain circumstances, civil or criminal cases from the district court in which one of the parties has requested a jury trial.
So would that mean that one who is obligated to appear in a district court must possibly have a contract where they already waived a jury?
I mean, that's what it would sound like to me. So it sounds like that the district court for Baltimore City is a little different, or for the county is just like having county district or city district courts, which aren't the federal level. This is just a municipal level court called district court, which means here is where you could possibly defend yourself if you have the wherewithal and the know-how to go, hey, hold on. I have the right to a speedy trial and to make sure I can have a jury of my own peers. Oh, that doesn't happen here? Okay, well, you guys need to be reported to the public integrity section.
Right.
And military police need to remove everyone from there. Or you take a bullet in the head, or choose which color noose you want to be hung in. However, it have to be effectuated by military police because you guys are doing military operations. So why don't we have the military police those that are under military rules? Yeah, it's a Title 10 situation the whole time. And for them to say motor vehicle, are they talking about, how does your syringe have a motor on it? Has anybody ever seen a syringe with a motor on it? I'm just curious. Forgive me, yet let me do this here. Has anyone ever seen a motor with a syringe on it? I'm just asking. Have you ever seen a motor on a syringe, or a syringe with a motor on it? Because when we look up vehicle, right? And I know we've done this before, but let's refresh in your memories here. All righty. Vehicle is a noun, right? This term is from 10 years prior, 10 years roughly after the 1600s. So the 1610s, it's funny because the King James Bible was released in 1611. Quote, a medium through which a drug or medicine is administered, end quote. So are they calling you guys drugs? So they're like, you're in the state of Maryland and you are this drug inside of your motor syringe. Like, time out, Joe. Like, time out. Have you guys even analyzed this shit? Yes.
Yes.
It says vehicle. Are you clearly seeing this shit? Like, are you serious? Like,
bro.
Huh?
It kind of makes sense, bro, because it's all hypnosis, right? And in order to be driving, or for it to be a motor vehicle, which they have any jurisdiction over, you have to be doing commerce. So is the commerce the transmission of the drug, since they're idiots? You get what I'm saying? Like, just
sounds like a cartel to me.
Well, remember, hold on. I'm going to pull it up real quick so I could quote this exactly. But I mean, I could paraphrase right now and tell you that citizens of the United States, U.S. citizens, are franchise property of the federal government. We have case law on that. So as soon as they leave the District of Columbia, they are engaged in interstate commerce because they're transporting themselves as property.
Well, because they're under the hypnosis that there's some type of drug, or they're a U.S. citizen. So therefore, they're really
dry goods, remember?
Yeah, they're the dry goods, because that's what drugs are, right? Drug, if you go and look up the etymology for the word drug, it's dry goods. So, I mean, how can you be dry goods when you sweat? You have blood being compressed through your heart, going through the veins and the arteries, but yet they're calling you a dry good? Like, are you some jerky now? Because you're getting jerked around. Let's just be fucking clear about it. Because that's a dry good, right? Jerky,
so look,
right?
You know what's funny? Because the case law is actually against Maryland. Hendrick versus Maryland, Supreme Court, reporters, RD 610-625, 1914. A U.S. citizen, upon leaving the District of Columbia, becomes involved in, quote, interstate commerce, end quote, as a resident, does not have the common law right to travel. That's what the case is.
Well, the reason why a resident doesn't have the common law right to travel, because a resident is someone who's under a stupor. They have been struck in the head. Now they're sitting in the back and sitting, in the back while a president, a president, is sitting before them like, you have to do this way, right? That's why nationality is the order of the day. Declare and proclaim your nationality. Oh no, this ain't, that more stuff, it don't work. No, it clearly works, especially when you're working it with inside yourself and you go east. East means within, metaphysically. And metaphysics is, according to Henry Campbell Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, the science pertaining to ultimate reality.
But just to be clear, nationality is not it's not like a tool. It's not something that is like, oh, whether it works or not. It's not about it working. It's who you are. So it's like, that's like saying, breathing doesn't work, or you know, like I'm spirit. Like, what do you mean? Like, it's not about, well, breathing does work, but I'm a man. Like, oh no, that man stuff doesn't work. It's not about it working. Like, that's what I am. What are you talking about? Does it work? Like, or does it work? It doesn't work. That's a foolish argument.
So before our next stop, our next telephony field trip stop, late 14th century droga. All right. So this is early 14th century in Anglo-French, quote, any substance used in the composition or preparation of medicines. All righty. So first of all, they're calling you land conveyance, right? And you're just, you know, conveying yourself from point A to point B as you're traveling upon your ancestral estate. But they're seeking to Alakazam, Alakazam, be under this hypnosis so we can put you in the state, right? From Old French drogue, quote, supply, stock, provision, end quote, 14th century, which is of unknown origin. Perhaps it is from Middle Dutch or Middle Low German, drogavate, dry barrels or drogawire. Literally, dry wares. Wait till you see what wares is, and then this whole spice trade with Columbus and all that shit's gonna make so much sense. But specifically, drugs and spices, with first element mistaken as indicating the contents, or because medicines mostly consisted of dried herbs. Whoa, let's talk about apothecary. Fuck your pharmacy there. That's all I'm saying. All righty. Let's just, all you gotta do is just look. All right. Compare dry goods. Compare dry goods. Compare dry goods. Or in the Latin, it would be confer, right? C-O-N-F-E-R. When you see that CF dot, right? Shout out to Brother Hasan Bey for having the abbreviations encyclopedia, right? 1708. So called because they were measured out in dry, not liquid measure. Hold on, aren't you length, angle, and width, right? Isn't that the law, L-A-W, length, angle, width, right? Look at that, right? So now, how are you in a motor vehicle when you're not dry?
Yeah, land, air, water also.
Looky. And you've been measured already. Why? Because your mother she's the grand architect and she built you already.
Not all land is dry. Not all air is dry. Water damn sure ain't dry.
You see what I'm saying? Martinis are, though. Shaken, not stirred. No, I'm kidding. Dry means sweet, actually, too. So with that being said, in Latin, species, right? In late Latin, vares, right? Or well, it's supposed to be saying wares, quote unquote, actually, because vares would be with a V. Then specialized to spices. So it was a wares trade. And so that means that the people were being converted on paper. You want to know where your slavery come from? That's because you became some dry goods. And then it just kept perpetuating and perpetuating and perpetuating by a people who was given permission to be here, alongside with some who were already naturally here, and it's just been a family feud ever since. It's been a family feud for thousands of years. And it's like, we're going to change this word to mean this word. Okay, we're going to convert our own family members, our own, members pertaining to being here on the planet with us, and we're going to put them within the state, and we're going to call them dry goods being administered in a syringe. Hey man, I got this fly-ass accurate legend. No, it's not. It's an accurate syringe through which you're being administered, because obviously you're getting someone high.
Mm-hmm.
Or you're curing someone. However, guess what? You're being mortared and pestled like a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
You're spagyric. I dare you look up spagyric. S-P-A-G-Y-R-I-C. That's homework for you all that are here. Spagyric. And I dare you to see how they make scorpion spagyric. You're like, hold the fuck up. Motherfuckers are doing alchemy by crushing up scorpions and then separating the three elements in alchemy and then putting them back together just to do what? Just to power up. It's cannibalism, is what I'm saying here. Are you Hannibal Lecter? All right, anyway, with some fava beans. Okay, anyway, French, a pizza, right? English spice. The same source produced Italian and Spanish droga. Swedish drog. Specific applications to narcotics and opiates is by late 19th century. Time out. So that's late 1800s. I mean, late 1800s. So now that we looked up vehicle, let's go back. All right, so let's go back, right? And again, motor vehicle. So have they motorized the syringe? And then they're saying you were going at a certain rate inside this syringe. Remember who you are. You're a drug or medicine being administered. What do you see why it's called the Motor Vehicles Administration? Period. And now you go and sign up. I'm a drug. I'm a medicine. I'm to be, mortared and pestled spiritually and become
I'm dry goods.
What'd you say?
I'm dry goods.
Dry goods.
Franchise property of the federal government.
Looky, Astro Cookie, right? So Brother Corey is posting in the chat, right? Ignorance of the law is no excuse. And we got the good vibration. Come on. Good vibration. Hey, yo, it's just a sweet sensation. All right, so with that being said, right? Brother Corey also says spagyric, not comparable, pertaining to alchemy, alchemical, especially regarding medicine. Etymology, late Latin, spagyricus, right? From ancient Greek, right? Spowl, I draw, pull. Look at that. So it's like, you stick a syringe into something and you pull it out with the syringe, and then it's like, what is it being administered to? You're a fucking spagyric. For those of you that want to be Negro, Black, colored, white, I'm Latino. Okay, you spagyric. You're in the state, aren't you? I'm in the state of New York. I'm in the state of Iowa. Okay. You spoken like a true drug. And it's funny because medi is middle. Scene is to see, like cinema, CINE, Cinemax, cinematography. So to see the middle, right? To have a balanced sight. So you've been turned into a means for someone to have balanced sight. And now you're talking about it ain't right what they doing to children. You know what I'm saying? They sitting here killing children and drinking their blood. Well, you keep fucking saying that they've been found out your vagina.
You keep calling them baby goats.
Yeah, you calling them kids, right? Baby goat is a kid, and you saying, "Hey, I found this out of my vagina," because that's what a birth certificate is. It's a foundling document. Like you didn't know you was with child for 40 fucking weeks or so, like or less. Like you really, you didn't know that. So now it's like I need to get a foundling certificate for this orphan I found. You didn't find that orphan unless you're in the mind state, right? That's being in the state, which makes you and everything that descends from your womb a fucking drug. So guess what? The vampires are going to light upon your children.
And don't forget, if you're saying that child is a citizen of the United States, you're calling him a debtor. You're calling him a debtor to the United States. So, and then you're saying he's a citizen, a U.S. citizen. Now you're saying that your child is franchise property of the United States. I mean, of the federal government.
I mean, go keep going, bro. Do your thing. I mean, you're so correcto mundo, actually, right?
Property can't own property, and property can't tell the owner of the property how to use that said property.
Keep going, Robbie. Right back. Do your thing.
It's their property. So the child being labeled a citizen of the United States or a U.S. citizen not only makes him property, you're claiming he's a debtor. And you're basically killing that child in civic state of mind, right? Civiliter mortus or civiliter mortus. That's what you're doing when you do what you do. And all of that is being done without the knowledge that child doesn't even qualify to be issued those instruments that these agents at the hospital are bringing into the room for mother and or father to sign as far as getting a social security and a birth certificate. The child does not even qualify. He doesn't meet the recommendations to even be issued these instruments. So it's a cold situation, and ignorance is the reason these people are perishing. And then they want to cry, it's racist, it's racist. It's not racist. It's your ignorance. They're taking advantage of your ignorance. Just like a salesman getting over on you an extra 1,000 because you didn't know that the service you were rendered didn't cost that much. They're tricking you.
Jesus Christ.
Which essentially makes all those quote unquote those alleged contracts void ab initio, especially because they're human trafficking instruments.
Jesus Christ.
That's all I can say, bro. Because it's like, I know a lot of people like, damn, yo, like I didn't know that. And we're not being assholes, guys. We enjoy the impromptu improv energy so that you guys can have fun with this. Like, hold on, man. No, I'm not a drug. I'm not a dumbass. I'm not someone who's going to be turned into a spagyric. Like, what the hook and higgity heck is happening here, right? 410-878-8000. Yo, that is fucking classic. Oh my god, bro. That is a classic. Yo, your time is perfect. 3 out of 3, bro. Like, that is so sweet, man. Shout out to Brother R. Bey.
Let's keep it going.
You have reached the District Court of Maryland for Baltimore City, located at 800 Wabash Avenue. If you need to speak to a criminal or a traffic clerk, press 1.
What binds one to appear?
1 moment, please.
I'm about to ask for the certificate of delegation, and where can I find it? That's just thinking in my head, but yes, you are. That's a great question too. It's ringing.
You are now first in line. All agents are busy with other customers.
I'm first in line.
Please hold on.
Hey.
Calls will be answered in the order that they were received.
Calls will be answered in the order they were received, and I'm first in
You have
line.
reached the criminal traffic division. All of our agents are currently busy.
Criminal traffic?
For the next available agent. Your call will be connected in the order received.
I'm going to use a voice that makes you intimidated, and I hope that you do not have the wherewithal to be confident when you talk to me.
I'm kidding. That's just how it sounds. What if somebody already picked up the phone and was like, who is this? I'm serious though, man. I'm just, just making sure we're, just looking at things appropriately, because there's a lot of people out there that, may not comprehend these things, man. And I just want to make sure, because again, if I'm not mistaken, because again, this was called criminal traffic court of criminal traffic. So is there some law-abiding traffic out there? Because it sounds like all traffic.
Traffic means commerce, so they're saying criminal commerce.
Interesting.
All agents are still busy. Please continue to hold.
I'm a hold. What do I hold though? Like when I'm holding, like do I hold my hands like this?
Hold the scimitar.
My head. Hold the scimitar. Gotcha.
Yeah, just in case there's an octopus in the neighborhood.
Cruising on down Main Street. Yeah. I know they're probably thinking like, who is calling with such a good spirit? Oh my God. It must be Friday. Yes. It is Holy Day. So we're on a hold, guys, for the district court, for this place here. This is where we're on hold for. District Court for Baltimore City. All right. Oh, it's ringing. Hey, peace and greetings to you. This is Brother Hasan Ghaziel Bey. I had a couple of quick questions, and I wanted to make sure I cut open my head here, pour out what I think I know about District Court, and have you pour in your wisdom.
Okay.
All right. So here we go. My first question would be, right, well, I want to know, on the case-by-case basis, if it's done on a case-by-case basis, is there a delegation, like a certificate of delegation from the Secretary of Transportation to hear traffic cases, or to hear cases that are based in, I think it's Title 49 on the federal level, but it looks here from.
Okay, so what are you trying to find out? You just trying to find out if the representative is?
I want to know, because I'm sure. Okay, so let me just be forthcoming. I am such a jurisprudence bookworm. And so when I started really researching the different reasons why different courthouses are undergoing RICO cases, due to the fact that a lot of these courthouses do not have delegations of authority for example, like when it comes to transportation. So I see that I contacted something called criminal traffic, which deals with commerce. I was wondering, was there a delegation of authority therefore, by the clerk or with the clerk? When I say by, I mean like nearby, the clerk that says, hey, we got this this certificate of delegation on a case-by-case basis to hear so-called transportation cases. Is that on the record?
I'm going to see it to the supervisor because I don't know what you're trying to get out of the conversation, and I don't want to say the wrong thing if you're talking about 1-2-B5. I don't know all that stuff. So I'm going to get you to the supervisor, and you can ask her all those questions. She can clarify whatever you're trying to get out of the conversation.
You are excellent. Thank you.
She's a runner. She's a track star.
It's out of the office.
Alrighty. Hey, Natasha Davis. I think it was Natasha or Latasha. Peace and greetings to you. I'm Brother Hasan Ghaziel Bey. I'm calling. I just wanted to really get some clarity here. I don't want to go around, like a know-it-all. Just wanted to make sure when it comes to these quote unquote transportation cases that I think are being called traffic or criminal traffic cases, is there on a case-by-case basis delegated authority or certificate pertaining to the delegation of authority from the Secretary for Transportation that's given to the clerk, or is there something on the record that shows that this court can actually hear quote unquote transportation cases that are termed criminal traffic? You can give me a call back at 443-376-8764. Again, I'm Brother Hasan Ghaziel Bey at 443-376-8764. You have a delightful day and a delightful strong beginning, because we don't want to call it a weekend. All righty. Peace and love. You guys think I'm playing out this motherfucker. I'm not fucking playing. Right? So let's continue. Let's what's our next stop, right? This is our next stop, right? Here. This is where we're at. So we already traveled to the circuit court called Clarence M. Mitchell Jr. Courthouse. We already traveled to district court for Baltimore, right? So that's sweet, right? Okay, sweet. Now let's go on to Marilyn Mosby, right? Who actually, right after I declared and proclaimed my nationality, looky, Astro Cookie. Let's go here real quick to Baltimore City State's Attorney, right? Baltimore State's Attorney for Baltimore City. Guys, what does that first line say there, right? What is that? I mean, we're going to give a call here. All righty. We're going to call 443-984-6000. Just not yet. Brother Aura, do you see something that looks very familiar there in the first sentence? I just want to know. I see something familiar.
Yeah, it looks like the month and day. that our holy prophet was manifest as the
And
display.
Interessante. And this is, the quote unquote #1 prosecutor, right? State's attorney for Baltimore City. I wonder, is there a delegated? So when she swore in, what is she swearing in front? Like, what's being delegated for her to do? Because then technically this means, because it's like state's attorney for Baltimore City. However, we know the attorney general, right? Okay. So this is like a city attorney, so who's the county attorney then? Because we know Brian E. Frosh is the attorney general for Maryland. So it's like, what are these levels? Because there's levels to this shit. I just want to comprehend the levels, and I ain't gonna front. Like my brother Stretch, shout out to Bulldog Stretch. He said this, sister here who has Mosby, kind of looks like Moore's Bay, kind of there. It's pretty cool. However, he's like, yeah, man, I saw her at the Northeast Mall, she had security, man. She even asked me to take a picture. I'm like, for real, bro? Like, yeah, I said, man, I would love to have a conversation with Marilyn J. Mosby. And that's what we're going to call. We're going to see what we can get in this telephony field trip, guys. Right? And I mean, you'll see that Wikipedia says a little more, certain things or whatever. However, this gives her a whole, background. It's a bio here for Marilyn J. Mosby, right? All right, kind of lets you know like where she grew up, why she got into, becoming a prosecutor, the different levels that she went through, her accolades from Tuskegee and then Boston College Law School, right? Different things like that, right? And so, yeah, I'm very interested in seeing these things and seeing all of that stuff, right? It might not it might not mention the indictment that she's under, because you guys don't forget a couple of lives ago with Mully Man, right? Maybe it was 3 lives ago with Mully Man on Mully Man's page. It was one someone had mentioned there that the whole city is indicted and stuff like that. It's like, okay, well, maybe, which means it's being indicated. Indicated for what? Well, we'll go into that, right? And you guys will clearly see that we're just going to kind of just see what's going on, because obviously they're members at New Psalmist Baptist Church, right? I'm very familiar with said church, which is really called the Holy City of Zion now, in the same parking lot as that district court we just called, there at Wabash and Northern Parkway, near the Maryland State Republic. All right, so I'm just going into some things so you guys really know what it is. And interestingly, see, Nick J. Mosby, her husband, is the Baltimore City Council president. Look at that. She's the state's attorney for Baltimore City. He's the council president. This is interesante. Si todavía me amas como antes. All right, so anyway, right? I'm just saying. Yo sé que en el amor soy un farsante. That's all I'm saying, man. It's just very interesting, right? And we're not going to be fakers here, right? So let's just ask them. But before we ask that question, this is what I'm curious about here. What is all this indictment stuff, right? Because see right there where it says, just look right here. Marilyn J. Mosby, right? May James, born January 22nd, 1980. Hey there, Aquarius. Looky, Astro Cookie, is an American. Wow, they didn't say Black. They didn't say African American there, even though I think it's going to say it somewhere as you kind of read more about her, right? And guys, I have no gripe with any of these people that we're calling or researching. No gripe at all. We're just enforcing the Constitution. That's all. We just want to, hey, do you have this? And so far, people that are clerking it up, woo-wee, you know what I'm saying? Brother R is like, she's a track star. All right, anyway,
they're like 0 and 10. They just keep taking L's.
Yeah, man. It's just like, woo, Jesus Christ. It's just not looking too good there or whatever. So let's check this chat here. You know what I'm saying? So let's see what we got going on. Mother Zara says, true. What's up with that recording? I know that recording sounded angry as shit. Look, you reached the motherfucking courthouse, and if you that's kind of how it sounded like, and you better be on your best behavior on the phone. Like it sounded so finger waggish, right? Criminal traffic division. I know, right? That was wild. Brother Corey says you should put one of them on hold and play that song "Cruising Down on Main Street." Cruising on down Main Street, you're relaxing, feeling good. Yeah. Next thing that you know, you singing octopus in the neighborhood. Like that's. I'm just saying, guys. That's why we're just going on this telephony field trip, right? She don't know what you're talking about exactly, Mother Sahar. But yet, she's going to collect what's called a paycheck and go and get her hair and nails did, girl. And don't know that they're a part of railroading people. What? The entire Phuket, Thailand. All righty. Marilyn Mosby is an Aquarius, obviously, and an American politician and lawyer who has been the state's attorney for Baltimore since 2015, right? She is the youngest chief prosecutor of any major American city. There's American cities? That's interesting. That's interesting. When did the cities become American? She is currently under federal indictment for multiple crimes. Interessante. So that means that technically she has a contract, she has an oath of office. So therefore, policy enforcers can pull her over because really the policy enforcers aren't supposed to be pulling you over unless you're already under indictment. So this would be a good example of who could actually be pulled over by policy enforcers that people call police. The police. The po-po. 5-0. Squally. I'm just saying. Right? The fuzz. I know that's so 70s, right? However, let's kind of click on that Wikipedia there before we call. Right? So, it's letting you know, hey, it's saying this. I know people can edit things. You see edits right here. It's like you can make things up about things on Wikipedia. That's why you gotta have really good discernment and really good research skills, actually. However, pretty much kind of checks out with the whole state's attorney's office website that we just read first. Things of that nature. You can see that both her mom and dad, after her mom had her at 17, and it says her mom's Linda Thompson. Look at that. They both served as policy enforcers. Look, right there. See, this showing, right? Her family traces its association with the police for 2 generations, as her grandfather was one of the first. Now they're calling him African American. That's odd. Police officers in the state. Woo, Jesus Christ! There's in the state again. Talking about the District of Columbia and other things that are really Title 26 defined terms pertaining to in the state. And I'm talking about Title 26 United States Code, right? So with that being said, let's kind of just scroll down to the bottom. You got her career and all these other things, but look, what is that indictment all about, right? I hear Brother R. What are they saying the indictment is about?
The federal indictment. On January 13, 2022, Mosby was indicted by a federal grand jury. They don't have those in district court. On a
grand jury in district court. There's no jury at all.
There's no jury at all.
Grand or small.
On a perjury charge, alleging she falsely claimed COVID-19 related financial hardship in requesting one-time withdrawals of $40,000 and $50,000 of her deferred compensation funds under the CARES Act, which describes specific criteria for qualifying withdrawals, such as a reduction of income due to a COVID-related layoff or due to quarantining. Whereas she reportedly had continued to draw her full salary throughout the period, and her salary had actually increased. She additionally was accused of making false statements in mortgage applications for her Florida home and condo by failing to disclose her federal tax liabilities. There are 4 counts in the indictment. But hold on. Is she even qualified to get a mortgage?
I mean, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't think she's a farmer. So wouldn't everybody that has a mortgage?
And she's not an employee of the bank either.
So, well, if she's in the state, you know, it pertains to the District of Columbia, and the term district is a bank.
Oh, that's
district
true.
and bank are synonymous.
So hold on. I don't think the district attorney's office accepts fiat. Do they? Like the court does, but does their office handle Federal Reserve notes in any shape, way, or form? I don't think they do.
She's receiving a salary. So there's some handling of something going on there, even to the point where they're saying that there was obviously a statement made under penalties of perjury, and this is the perjury penalty that she's dealing with by being indicated federally. So, I'm just saying, I'm not knocking what you're saying, and I'm not even saying that she did anything. These are all allegations.
Mm-hmm.
And it shows that she pleaded not guilty. However, obviously, she thinks she must be within the state, right? So, I mean, could you be so high up there in your status and stature and not even recognize that you're a part of human trafficking and racketeering? RICO. And I'm not talking about Paragon RICO. That's a much better RICO.
Because they train them to, quote unquote, think like a lawyer.
Instead of learn the law.
Right. That Juris Doctorate degree trains you how to think like a lawyer.
Looky, Astro Cookie. So what we want to do is we want to give them a call, state's attorney. So where can we see her sworn statement as far as her oath and things of that nature? Where can we see that? You know, and that's what I want to call about. Like, and is her authority to be state's attorney for Baltimore City delegated from Brian E. Frosh, the Maryland State Attorney General, who obviously is getting his delegated authority from the Attorney General. Was it Garland Merrick? Is Garland Merrick the? Let's just see real quick. Do I still have cabinet up? Just want to make sure it's Garland Merrick. Make sure I'm not saying the wrong thing when it comes to. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay. Pardon me. Merrick Garland. I guess I put his last first and his first last, like they do to people that they think are in the state. Merrick Garland. So does here's my question now, because remember, let's not forget, does Marilyn J. Mosby, does her authority derive from, let's see, does it derive from
the governor?
No, hold on. Well, yes, definitely the governor, right? However, first and foremost, let's refresh that page. Oh, you don't want to give me the Brian E. Frosh? Brian. Go. Oh, really? Let's just type in Brian E. Frosh, right? Maryland Attorney General. So it's like, okay, so she's the state's attorney for Baltimore City. And it's like, okay, so who's the county's attorney? Because remember, there's 23 counties. So that means there's 23 others, right? So are they getting their delegation, you know, pertaining to their authority delegated from Brian E. Frosh, who is clearly getting it? Brian E. Frosh has his authority delegated under Merrick Garland. Do we see how we just see the nesting doll there? See how the little doll, Marilyn J. Mosby, is inside of the next size doll from her, which is Brian E. Frosh, and he is inside the doll that's Merrick Garland. See that nesting doll there? It's like a truss within inside of a truss within inside of a truss. However, is it trustworthy? Really, is it? So let's just bring ourselves back onto STA, right? Right? and let's make a call. Let's just, you know, we're gonna continue this telephony field trip. Let's see. Let me. All righty. Let's type it now. 443. Yeah. Please let this be a normal field trip with the friends. No way. I'm just saying, man, like, let's just have some fun, right? And then Brother Aura's got he's gonna conclude the field trip. I'm telling you. All righty. Let's do this. Office of the State's Attorney. Peaceful greetings. How are you? I'm Brother Hasan Ghaziel Bey. Thank you for answering my call. I had a couple questions. Maybe you can pour your wisdom into my mind here. Have I reached someone who's knowledgeable or just the secretary? Okay. I would like to be connected, and this may sound different. My request is to speak with Marilyn J. Mosby. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so first, why wouldn't I be able to speak with Marilyn J. Mosby?
Because I think you have to schedule an appointment.
Oh. How do I go about scheduling an appointment?
Okay, you can go online with scheduler, and you can schedule an appointment to speak with her.
Okay, am I here at stattorney.org where I see her picture and everything says about policy and legislative affairs, news, careers, victim and witness, community outreach. See the email address, mail@stattorney.org. So maybe, you know, like I said, I just would love for you to pour in your wisdom here because I do have a question and I could ask it still if you're interested. Okay, so my question would be, was probably a two-parter. The first part of the question is, all right, thank you. That's why I tell you, boy, I don't deal with no sisters from near the Maryland State Republic. I'm trying to tell you, like,
she's a runner, she's a track star.
All righty. So I guess the first part of my question I see here, according to the sworn in date for January 8th, 2015, right, which is our illustrious prophet's solar return, by the way. I just thought it was so coincidental. I was wondering, can I find that in public record somewhere? Could I see that that oath that was sworn? And if so, could you guide me to finding? That's the first part of my question.
I had no information about that.
All righty. And it's
probably have to go on the website.
All righty.
Find it. I'm not sure.
All right. All right. And the second part to my question is her authority delegated from Brian E. Frosh, the Attorney General for Maryland?
What? Say that again?
Is her authority that Marilyn J. Mosby has, is her authority delegated to her? Like, is there a certificate of delegation that is standing? I mean, those are fair responses. That's why I asked if you may have had the questions or not. That's why I was just being very respectful and making sure I was speaking to someone who may have been knowledgeable in how the authority is delegated. But you've answered my questions to the best of your knowledge, it sounds like.
I can give you the email. Okay, so what you can do is you can email to scheduler at stattorney.org.
Scheduler. Got you. I can spell that. Let's see if I'm spelling it correctly now. Help me out here. All right. It's SCHEDULER. You have been phenomenal. Thank you so much. You enjoy your day and your strong beginning, because I don't like to see it as a weak end. You know what I'm saying?
And I'm so sorry that I didn't have much information to give you.
Oh no, hey, you were honest. At least you were honest. I appreciate your honesty.
I'm
No worries. No worries at all. Thank you so much. You have a delightful day. All right, bye-bye. Cruising on down Main Street. So, I mean, it seems like everybody that answered the phone was like, I don't know shit, motherfucker. Like, you asking questions like that. Where can I find her sworn statement for the record? Where's that oath that was sworn? That's all I'm asking. That was it. We're not trying to be, upsetting here. I'm not seeking to upset anyone. That's why I'm speaking in an intelligent tone so that I may receive a favorable reply, because actually I've been, speaking in an intelligent tone the whole time, where she just now in this call had to change up how she was even speaking to me. Did we all notice that? Did we notice how she had to change how she was speaking to me? You know what I mean? So let's see, more truth, more lies. So are you followers of Drew Ali or CM Bay? Oh, we got a troll. This is great. Because that's a trolling question. Sorry, and I'm calling you a troll. However, I will entertain that question for a moment. I follow no man, and Prophet Noble Drew Ali, I'm pretty sure prescribed not to follow him either. You're to hear him and give him supreme honors. If you really, subscribe to 7 Heel Star, even on Instagram, when you see most of our posts that we give supreme honors to Prophet Noble Drew Ali. However, the half hasn't been told. If you were told everything, you would fall back to sleep. So a lot of you guys out there that are trying to say Prophet Noble Drew Ali or CM Bay, you're still stuck in idiot mode. Respectfully, you're still an idiot, which means you have no real knowledge pertaining to your nativity, and may not gain it anyway. Because if you actually read the certificates that are in the Library of Congress pertaining to your Zodiac Constitution, as well as your Clock of Destiny Book 1 and Book 2, your questions wouldn't come off the way that they do, and you wouldn't be receiving this kind of response. I mean, I'm just saying, the response I'm giving you is a loving response. Even though I know a lot of you Moors are still stuck in your lower self. Who this motherfucker talking to? See, man, I bet you would say that shit in front of my face. Actually, I would. I really would say it in front of your face. And then we would see if you would have self-control or not. Period. Which means you're not studying even further. Because at the end of the day, your question that you're asking actually shows that you are scattering the prophet's flock. It's actually in the spirit of an Act 3 violation pertaining to your constitution and your divine constitution and bylaws. So just don't think because we sound the way we sound and then we're on YouTube that we're not actually, anybody that's in the Moorish Science Temple of America at this point in time, we would probably shut you down. Respectfully. Because you're doing maladministration. The temple is perfect because the prophet is perfect, not because who's currently administering there at the temple is perfect. Remember that. Never forget that. And we will invite you. Would you like to come in on the Zoom and say, what is it again? More truth, more lies. Would you like the Zoom link so you can come in? Because I'm almost sure if you don't come with an intelligent tone so that you may receive a favorable reply, I'm going to embarrass you. And it's not even my intention. But because I'm well studied in this thing, you probably are going to even leave from the chat. I'll probably see it go from 6 viewers to 5. Almost guaranteeing that. So just let me know. I'm looking at the chat to see if you want. Okay, and we'll just wait. So let me read all the other comments after you. Brother Corey asked, "Are you a federal agent?" See, that's what I'm saying. Trolls. You know what I mean? There's a cold bridge somewhere missing a troll under it. That's it. That's who you are. Or you can come here and correct me for the record. I'll let you come on the Zoom. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of like Bone Crusher. I ain't never scared. I'm really never scared, actually, because I have the degrees and the knowledge that you actually need. That's yours, but you're too busy probably playing temple membership games. When really the temple was only meant to wash you guys' minds, right? Brainwashing, because it's been dirty for so long. That's why we don't call you niggers, we call you dirty Moors. But who we do call niggers is the pale skin, because they are the troglodyte nigger. All right. So, I'm open for correction here, and you can get any grand sheep that you want. I'm pretty sure if he can pull away from his pork chop sandwich and actually have an alkaline diet, if not vegan, have a vegan diet, if not alkaline, then we can see if he has the frequency in thinking on the levels on which we think. I'm just saying you're not ready. However, if you think you are, 998-902-6250. We'll see you ask for the passcode here in the chat. Brother Corey also says, I would suggest starting the presentation from its beginning if one is questioning the honor or sincerity of my brothers. See, Brother Corey, that's the exalted Cyclops. I'm trying to tell you, guys don't want to fuck around, right? Mother Sahar's laughing. Mother Sahar's still laughing. Yes, she did change. Oh, hey, we got a response. No, I am not. I'm just asking a simple question. Ooh, please don't put the adjective simple before the word question, because then we will ask, like, are you a simpleton then? Because you're asking a simple. Yes, it's very simple of you to ask that question. And I don't mean simple like, oh, it's just, it's just easy. No, it's not easy. It almost sounds kind of idiotic. Would you like the passcode? The meeting ID, again, 998, the meeting identifier, 998-902-6250. Let's see. You want the passcode, just let me know. I have no problem giving it to you. I will even give you the floor. I'll let you say everything you think. It's funny that you all come up with being an agent when asked simple questions. Again, you're avoiding the invitation. Again, I told you there's a lonely bridge somewhere, guys. I told you, I know how to embrace the heckler. Trying to tell you. Pause in advance. If we could actually hear him, I'd be like, yo, somebody put something in his mouth, my zipper's stuck. I'm just saying, that's just kind of how, you know what I mean? It's just funny. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, that's why I said pause in advance, honestly. However, again, I'll give you an opportunity to come on the platform. You can speak. Just open up your Zoom application, More Truth, More Lies, right? It's 998-902-6250. And you want the passcode, just say, yeah, man, I want the passcode. Cool. We'll let you right. Ding dong. And security's not even on. It's not even a waiting room. You can just come right on in. I don't see you responding so quickly there. Come on. And you got to really know what agent means. You got to think about it. If you yourself have to ask that question, that is an agency question, actually. Are you followers? First of all, are you a follower? Because you're asking a question. See, you're only asking questions you're calling them simple questions, when actually what is actually exposing is where your thinking is. You didn't speak in an intelligent tone, so you may receive a favorable reply. Because I am inspired by and give supreme honors to Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And I'm also honoring and I am inspired by and honoring who I call Khalif. No one else calls him Khalif. I say he's defending the faith by what I actually read. I'm not somebody that's from jail, or I have a jail religion membership to the Moorish Science Temple of America because somebody made sure they gave me the Sweaty Betty meat and shit in the tier when I was locked down with them. We're not doing that here. I'm not knocking people that had to deal with incarceration under the auspices that they are federal agents. However, at the same time, this isn't some gay leadership, some gay jail ministering Moorish American leadership. That's not what's going on here. All righty. This is the prophecy being fulfilled that Prophet Noble Drew Ali warned you about if you're really reading. So I don't see any more comments there. Woo, went from 7 back to 6 real quick. What's going on here? More Truth, More Lies going once. 998-902-6250. Would you like the passcode? Just say, yes, brother, I would like the passcode. Cool. And just show on up. I mean, I do have the capabilities of kicking your asses out, though. You come here with some stupid, some extra, actual stupid and silly stuff. Like, we're going to be like, yeah, all right, this is where we boot them. Boop. And again, I'm not showing off. I'm not being mean. I'm giving you full disclosure and I'm being forthcoming. And we would love to embrace you. Just, I don't think you're ready. And if you are ready and you think you're ready, well, that's perfect. Come on and have a conversation with us. Yep, went down to 5 from 6. I knew it. I knew it was going to happen. You know what I mean? I knew it was going to happen. I knew it. There it goes. So anyway, unless they're coming into Zoom, you should have asked for that passcode before you left. So let's move right along. Our beloved brother Ara Muaba Bey, right? He has a couple of beings he like to call. Guess what? All righty, it is 3:22 Eastern, 2:22 Central, which means it's luncheon just at the lunchtime here. All righty, Pacific. So, Brother Aura, are we ready to call Jeff and them? I just want to know, are we ready to call Jeff and them? Just saying, man. You're muted, bro. You're so muted.
Oh, yeah, I said I'm ready.
Yeah, let's get it. I mean, you can screen share, do whatever you like, bro. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you want to screen share and show who you're, looking up and things of that nature, because I know you got a computer and the phone on, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Mother Sahar. He ain't ready. He ain't, because see what people don't really get about. Let me speak on myself, right? Let me speak on Brother Hasan Ghaziel Bey. I put myself through an 8-year bit without having to create a corpus delicti. I didn't have to commit a crime. And then now that I'm locked down, man, I'm gonna be on more science now. I'm linked up with the brothers in the jail, and now I'm on it. No, that's not. I put myself through my own 8-year bit, and I'm still studying. All righty. Within 8 years, I told you, 2014 was when I made it declared within myself. By June, I think I'm receiving my documentation back from who actually witnessed my documentation is Mother Rosmariah Bey, Mother Rosmariah V. Bey, Brother Misraim Aleph L, and the wazir on that documentation was Mother Anaida L. All righty. So with that being said there, all righty, yeah. I'm about to be completing my 8th year before going into my 9th. So, yeah, I don't think you really know what extent that I put myself through and what we continue to put ourselves through. I mean, when we talk about going to the jurisprudence gym, it's only so we can make ourselves stronger. Nah, that won't kill me, can only make me stronger. And some of you people die from reading, actually. You're mentally dead. You're still kiwi liter mortuus, which some people say civil liter mortuus. Okay. You're just civilly dead. That's just what it is, right? Brother Corey said, womp, 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 womp. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. All righty. Brother Arabu Bay, I yield to you, beloved brother, because I know you don't have as many calls to make as I did, man. Just do your thing, man, and concluding. There's no rush. And then I know to close this on out with the Moorish American prayer with our invocation now. I yield to you, beloved brother Islam. Do your thing.
Yeah, so we're gonna give Jeff Dorkeg a call. He is somebody who works in the city attorney's office, right? He's an attorney there at the city attorney's office. We had prior communications about where the city attorney gets their delegated authority from. It comes from right here. If we look at 3.080, oh, is that it? No, it's 3.1 right here. City attorney appointment, salary, qualifications, duties, private practice prohibited. The city attorney, the city council shall appoint a city attorney and shall fix his or her salary too.
Stop right there. That's proof that an attorney can only be hired by, when they're talking about, oh, we're representing this, then there must be a board, a council, or a commission that hired said attorney, and they're not speaking, they're just guiding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and that's what the issue was when I first talked to him. I wanted to know how they're representing the city. So this is what we came across here. The city attorney must be a duly licensed member. They're not. They only have certificates from the Supreme Court with unconstitutional titles of nobility, which the Supreme Court has no congressional authority to do. In good standing of the State Bar of Nevada. And B, the chief legal officer of the city And as such, by the way, this is the city charter that we're looking at, right? The chief legal officer of the city, and as such, shall advise the city council and all offices of the city in all matters with respect to the affairs of the city, and perform such duties as may be designated by the city council or prescribed by ordinance. So that doesn't say they can litigate for them, but since they can perform such duties that may be designated by city ordinance, they have this ordinance here with regard to the duties of the city attorney. We want to look at B and C here. B says he shall act as attorney for the city in any and all legal proceedings, in any and all courts in which the city is a party or is interested. So we're going to call him today to ask him why are the police, or not why are the police, but how is it that the police are making complaints? That's what they call their bill of attaiндers, commonly referred to as traffic citations or tickets. They're saying that those are complaints, and those complaints are being filled out by the policeman, and then the police department that police works for is providing that complaint to the court. Then the court is opening up a court case. Then all of a sudden, magically, the city becomes the plaintiff, and the city attorney is there to prosecute. So we want to know, how is that switcheroo taking place? And C, he shall prosecute in a proper court for all offenses against the provisions of the charter and the provisions of this code, and shall perform such other and further duties as may be required of him by the city council or prescribed by this code.
Hold on, time out. Hold on. Because what you just read there, when you said he shall prosecute in the proper court for all offenses against the provisions of the charter. So can you hold on? So can you, I'm just saying here, can you hold people that are members of a synagogue? Can you hold them to the provisions in the charter pertaining to Moorish Science Temple of America? Technically, yes. However, if you don't know that technicality, you can't really effectuate it. However, you can't really do it without consent.
Yeah, but who does the city charter apply to? Because that's
only its consented members.
That's for the city, exactly. So then the other question we're going to ask him is, because the other thing here, other than the charter, is the provisions of this code, which is the code of ordinances for the city. So we know who the charter applies to, and we actually know who the city ordinance or the code of ordinance applies to as well. But we want to see what Jeff says, because he has the answers, unlike Sway. actually, yes, he did actually have the answer. So he has the answers, just like Sway. All right.
Go right ahead, bro. I am all ears. We're all ears, man. I'm gonna grab something to even munch on while we do this, man. I'll get my spiritual popcorn.
All right. You know what time it is. All right.
Yo, it's so classic. Why does that tickle me? Oh, that's so funny. All right, I yelled. I'm gonna be quiet. I promise to be quiet.
All right, let's go. We're calling Jeff Dorkeg. Okay.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 216224.
It's interesting that it said 216 because that's not the number I dialed.
That means it's being forwarded to his cell phone. He's having calls forwarded to his cell phone.
Let's try this again.
Try again.
Jeff.
Hi, Jeff. This is Aura. We spoke. My apologies.
Oh, you're calling for? Oh, okay. I was like, how'd you? Hey, what's going on, man?
Yeah, how you doing? I think you remember we spoke about the city attorneys.
Right, the other day. Yep.
Yeah. So
Yep.
I had a question here about the city attorney representing the city in all cases, prosecutions, right?
Right.
Okay, so
Right.
so my first question, real quick, is who do city ordinances apply to?
Ordinances apply to anything within the city boundaries.
Well, as far as beings, like the people who can be charged, who can be charged under city ordinance, is what I meant, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's why I said it's basically anyone within the city can be charged with an ordinance if the ordinance is, but then sometimes you have to read the ordinance because there might be particular language about to whom it applies, but it's just generally anyone within the city is going to be subject. Well, it's not a question. It's anyone within the city is subject to all the ordinances of the city.
Oh, okay. So then, when you say in the city, you mean like the city limits? Within the city limits, as far as the city's jurisdictional city limits, correct?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't have every ordinance in front of me, so I'm sure there could be some scenario where you do something that affects the city while you're physically outside the city. But I mean, yeah, keep going.
Okay, no, yeah, I get that, right? Okay, and when we're speaking on jurisdictional city limits, that's rooted in NRS 372.030, correct? In the state, the definition of in the state.
I don't know NRS 372 off the top of my head. I have to go look at it.
Okay. Yes. The reason I brought that up is because it says that in the state, I actually have it here. It says in this state or in the state means within the exterior limits of the state of Nevada and includes all territory within these limits owned by or ceded to the United States. So that reminds me of like Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, Clause 17, which talks about the United States seat of power and the places purchased, because United States exercises jurisdiction in the District of Columbia, 10 Mile Square, and then they exercise like jurisdiction in all places purchased, right? That all those locations are classified as in the United States. And so, you know, these places purchased is obviously with the consent of the legislature of the state of where they're allegedly purchasing or having this land or property ceded to them. So in the city limits has to be property owned by or ceded to the United States or owned by the county or owned by the city, correct?
In terms of what? The city's a municipal corporation. All of the land of Las Vegas is Las Vegas.
Correct. But if it's not owned by the city, then it's not technically in the city. It's not city limits.
No, that's not true. Because then you're saying private property within the city is not within city limits. That doesn't make any sense.
But if it's private, how is it belonging to the city? If it's private, right? If it's private, then it's not government owned.
But your property is located within the boundaries of the city, and you're subject to the laws therein.
But that means it can only be in the boundaries of the city if it's owned by or ceded to the United States.
No, you're using that state definition and applying it to the city now. It's two different things. I mean, I'm not even sure what that state thing, an NRS chapter 372, I don't know what one chapter of NRS has to do with the big picture here, but
that's the only place. The reason I brought that up is because that's the only place where in the state is defined. Other than
why do we care? Why am I talking about in the state? The whole discussion was about in the city.
Because the city is in the county that's in the state. The city is in the state.
So now you're doing these things where you're just, well, the city's in the county and the state, so you're just like saying that, but then everything else you're using on me is language from, statute. I mean, you're mixing your things now. I mean,
is the city in the state of Nevada?
Yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with 372.
Okay, well, no, it does, because 372.030 defines in the state. That's why I brought it up. And then
but again, even taking everything you're saying as true, in the state doesn't have anything to do with the question of can the city legislate private property within the city. Of course the city can do that. It's the jurisdictional entity of all the property within its boundaries.
But its boundaries are limited to being within the city limits, and the city limits.
There's no person thinks that within the boundaries of any city in the country, that if you have private property, your private property is not part of the city within which you lie. No one views things that way. No one views it that way.
If your jurisdiction is within the city limits, how do you have jurisdiction outside of those city limits? That's basically what I'm getting at, because
but what you just said is based off of what you read about the state from 372, which is not even applicable here. A municipal corporation has a charter from the state, has boundaries set up, and the point of the city is to govern the area within its boundaries. That doesn't mean the city owns every piece of property within its boundaries, but it does mean it's the legislative authority within its boundaries.
So if the land is not owned by or ceded to the city, how is private property any of the government's business?
Owned by and ceded to the city is irrelevant to me. That term has nothing to do with the discussion of municipal legislation, municipal authority, because you're talking about, again, I don't even know NRS 372, but I don't even need to know it to tell you state constitution, the city charters where you go. I mean, 372, I don't.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
The language to try to parallel. Okay. And I don't even know what the point is. The point you're trying to get at is private property within a city.
No, not within. Hold on. I have to correct you. Not within. When you say within, I didn't say within.
What?
I didn't say private property within. We're talking about, first and foremost, I was asking you, who do the ordinances apply to? You said anyone in the city. And then I said, well, does within the city mean within the city limits? Because I know that that's the jurisdictional area that they can do anything in.
So yes, so far. So where are we going with this?
So then if someone does not reside in the city, as far as the city's jurisdictional city limits, then they're not in the city. Therefore, do the statutes apply to them?
Because I knew where you were going from the start. That's why I even gave myself a caveat at the start of the conversation. I said the ordinances apply to the city, things going on in the city, but I knew where you were going to go. So I said, well, but someone can do something in theory outside the city and probably affect the city and therefore be in violation of city law. I mean, that's just kind of. I mean, you don't get to violate a city law, run outside the boundaries, and then suddenly you're not subject to the law of the city. That's not how it works.
Well, you say run outside of the boundaries. So you're saying do something, violate a city ordinance within the city, and then run out. That's not what I was. Or
if you well then I'll just use a different example, which would be what you're maybe going at, something like this. If I am sitting in Henderson, but I submit a false application to the city of Las Vegas, I probably have just perjured myself under city law. And although I reside in Henderson, the city can charge me with a misdemeanor.
Well, I don't think that's a good example, because once you send that paper, you're sending it.
That's a perfect example. That's a 100% example. Let me finish.
Let me finish.
If you're outside the boundaries, that you're not subject to the laws of a place that you might violate. Well, it's certainly possible that you could do something to break the law within a place if you're interacting with them even from a distance.
Okay, you ready? You ready? I can speak now?
Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, go ahead.
If you send something to the city, what you're doing is going into the city. So you are doing stuff in the city by sending paperwork into these areas. So that's why I said that's not a good example. But I wanna go back because I know you said,
well,
you know.
Why don't you just ask me whatever the specific instances that you have? Why am I doing constant hypothetical discussion? I don't understand it.
It's not hypothetical. It's just basic questions.
What
Because
what is the specific? Give me the facts.
Okay, here's the facts. Everything the city does, the municipality or the state does, is under the United States, because the United States federal government includes all states and the municipalities of said states. Correct?
I mean, what you're saying sounds true, but I mean,
okay,
the verbiage is
okay, so okay.
So I'm not gonna.
So when you take when a municipal officer is elected to their office, do they take an oath to uphold the federal and state constitution, or just this, or do they only take an oath to uphold city ordinances?
Generally, it's both. Yeah, generally it's both.
Both, of course, it's both. Now, so the supreme authority is starting with the federal government, because everything is everything.
Yeah, those are laws.
I haven't stated the law yet. I haven't stated the law yet. Let me finish my point. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution for the United States of America lets you know where the United States can exercise jurisdiction. They can exercise it in the District of Columbia and 10 miles squared. Then they can exercise like authority in all places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state governments wherein they're allegedly getting this property or land. Now, if the federal government the Constitution does not state that they can exercise jurisdiction outside of those boundaries. How?
That's not how legislation works. What you're getting at, just because
the Constitution is not legislation. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
Well, it's law. Okay, well, if we want to use the term law, generally fine.
That's what I said.
Just because the U.S. Constitution is written in that format for the U.S. government, that does not mean that same structure applies to the states and cities. I don't know where you're. Again, it doesn't.
Okay. So let me get to that. So let me address that.
The Constitution applies to the U.S. government.
So let me. Well, hold on. You take an oath to it, it applies to you too. So don't say it doesn't apply to municipal officers or state officers. The way and the way that
you're going in and out of stuff. You read me one phrase from Article 1. My point was that phrase from Article 1, that section has to do with the U.S. government. That doesn't have anything to do with the states. That has nothing to do with the cities.
Now the joinder,
an oath to upholding the Constitution at large.
Now the joinder. Now, before you go off the deep end here, the joinder to that, where I'm making that correlation.
I haven't jumped. You've gone off the deep end. I'm firmly on solid ground. Don't worry.
Okay, I'm standing my square right now, so I just want you to know. The joinder here is the definition of in the state. It tells you within the exterior boundaries, right? The fictitious borders that we call the state of Nevada. Within there, it's all places owned by or ceded to the United States, whether that's the federal government, the state government, or the municipalities. That's why I'm saying the city limits, because the city is in the state, it can't be outside of that, the boundaries of that definition, because the city is in the state. So the city limits must be in the state, because the definition of in the state goes hand in hand with the where the federal government can exercise their jurisdiction as well. It goes hand in hand. This is a joinder. I'm clear that I'm not jumping in and out of things. I'm looking at them on all three levels: the federal level, the state level, and the municipal level. But if you don't have an answer for that, I just do have one more question.
I don't have an answer because there's not a question. I don't get even if I took everything you just said as true, which I don't believe, what am I supposed, what's the conclusion?
Well, I was asking who do city ordinances apply to, and you said that they only apply to those who are in the city. And in the city is in the state, and in the state is only land or property owned by or ceded to the government. So if one is not operating on land or within property, or also if one is not a contracting, oath-taking federal agent, right? Whether that's state, municipal, or federal.
The city is, that's no, it's just, you're using the U.S. Constitution down to the municipal level. Cities in the United States are creatures of their state. The states create the city.
And the state is a creature of the federal government.
Actually, that's not true. The states came together to create the federal government, and they reserved all powers that they didn't give the federal government. So,
the federal constitution supersedes all state constitution.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's again, you just changed what you said. What you said 2 sentences ago was that states were created by the federal government. That's not true.
I didn't say that they were created by the federal government.
You absolutely did. Then you changed it to that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, which everyone knows. That was you did a head fake there.
The states of the United States, of the United States. Does that make sense? The several states are of the United States, not of themselves, of the United States. So city limits is in the state. Is that right or wrong?
The city of Las Vegas is inside of the state of Nevada. And
the state of Nevada is property or land owned by or ceded to the United States. It's pretty clear.
No, that's true.
Well, you don't have NRS 372.030 in front of you, do you?
Well, is your point what? That all land is federal? I don't even get where you're going with it.
No, the point is that all land is not in the United States. All land is not in the state. All land is not in the city limits. All property is not in those three areas. So exercising
the state of Nevada gave the city charter to Las Vegas, and they were given the authority to exercise control and legal authority over any and all things within the boundaries and anything affecting the municipal corporation
within the city limits.
Well, again, for the 15th time, we've gone through this. You even gave an example. You can have a situation where you can violate city code.
Well, hold on. When you say you can violate city code, who can violate city code? Because if one is not subject to the city code, how can they violate something they're not subject to? That's like walking into McDonald's and McDonald's employer telling you you don't have slip-resistant shoes on, you got to get out. You walking in McDonald's to get you something to eat does not make you subject to that which a McDonald's employee might be subject to because they have a contract with McDonald's.
I gave you a perfect example. If we have a code section, which could apply to a number of things we could do, a code section that says, you, citizen, shall submit this application if you want to do this thing.
Well, if that's a citizen submitting something, then that means they're subject already because you just termed them a citizen. They're operating under statute.
All right, I'll change it to person.
Okay, that's the same thing because person has a specific definition as well.
Yeah, person is the broadest definition. It's not going to be. It doesn't have to do with anything.
All the corporations.
If a person submits something to the city, we could certainly make it a misdemeanor if you lied to us on your application, and you might, under the current technology, submit said application from outside the city.
But again, you said person, and the person is defined in the statutes as well. And a person is someone that the state and municipal government have jurisdiction over.
Definitional games. I don't get what you're.
Wait, what?
And I said, I like the conversation and I enjoy discussing it, but what is the point you're getting at? And then two, do you think you're the first one who's come up with these arguments? None of these arguments succeed. They don't work. No one buys them.
Again, these questions are not for sale. But all right, I guess we'll go to the next question because you're not clear on where in the city is and where it's not.
I'm not even working today. I'm off, and I took this call.
Well, I appreciate it. That's love, man. I appreciate that. So no, and you know, I called you because, like I said, you got the answers, man, and I could tell that you love what you do, and that's why I gave you a call, no one else. But here's another one for you then.
Yeah.
How is the city inserting themselves as plaintiff for a complaint made by police, which is provided to the courts by the police department? For example, would you like an example?
No, because that was in the sections we went over the other day. The city is authorized, the city attorney's office is authorized to prosecute crimes in the city. So, I mean, that's just simply the cops or the witnesses providing us the witness information.
Right. So, but the witness is the complainant, correct? Because the witness would be
the complainant in a criminal action is always the government. But
the police is the one who fills. Well, hold on. Is a traffic ticket a complaint?
The police provide a report. The police provide a report, documentation, probable cause. They don't have to. You don't have the police also prosecute. No one does that in the United States.
Okay, so let me ask you this: is a traffic ticket a complaint?
Sure. Right now, yeah. Well,
Okay. No, I'm just asking.
Right now, criminal, some of them will be civil records. We have criminal and civil traffic violations. Yeah.
Okay, so certain traffic tickets are complaints. Who is the traffic ticket filled out and signed under perjury by?
The officer.
Okay, so the cop operating as an alleged officer is the one making the complaint. Under penalty of perjury.
Prosecute.
I'm sorry, you cut out.
I said he's an agent of the government, and the government will go in and prosecute.
Okay, so he's an agent for what government?
Whichever jurisdiction he's working for.
Either city or county. Either city or county, correct?
Metro does Las Vegas and the Clerk County.
Exactly.
The other thing is all of this stuff goes to Nevada revised statutes chapters. So police officers are explicitly allowed to issue citations.
Yeah, I get that. Now, the thing is that they are a party to the case. They are the actual complainant, the real party in interest.
No, that's not. They're not the complainant.
But they filled out the complaint and signed the complaint under penalty of perjury. So they are the complainant. You just admitted that.
They signed the citation ticket. I mean, you're referring. I mean, it's just you're doing a semantics game here.
No, it's not. It's not a game. I promise. I promise it's not a game. I'm just clear on what the law says. The law says that a citation.
The ticket signed by the cop. He's affirming that what he's writing on it is true. It then needs to be prosecuted by the prosecutor.
But he's the complainant.
He is the complainant. What difference does that make?
If he's the complainant,
I don't know.
So if he's the complainant and
he's not. He's just statutorily not the complainant. The complainant will be the government. It's not the police officer.
He's deputized under the sheriff, correct?
Okay.
Just like city attorneys are deputized.
The sheriff doesn't roll in to prosecute the traffic ticket.
Hold on.
The prosecutors do.
Hold on. Let me make my point.
Well, I gotta go through, man. I can't do all that here.
Okay, I'll be quick. So just like the deputies under the city attorney, anytime a case is filed, like a criminal case, for example, Steve Wolfson, his name is on that paperwork, even though it may be one of his deputies prosecuting, correct?
Okay, yeah, it's district attorney case. Yeah.
So even though it's an agent, the principal is the one that's still saying that the principal is actually the one taking the action through his deputies. So when a deputy under the sheriff takes an action, he's taking action as the sheriff as well. That's the sheriff through his deputies, correct? Okay. And the sheriff is the head law enforcement, right, of the county.
Right.
And then the department is exercising law, right, enforcing law on behalf of the city and the county.
Yeah, that's what their jurisdictions are, yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that because they're doing it for the city, that means the city is an interested party, therefore, boom, the city attorney can step in, correct?
If the citation was issued within the city.
If it's an ordinance, if it's a city ordinance.
Well, no, if it's traffic, you're talking traffic stuff. The traffic ordinances, they have to be, if they're issued for something that happened in the city, because you were talking about Wilson there. I mean, there's stuff outside the city that Wilson's going to prosecute.
Yeah, I get that. See, it says I was just making a comparison on how the deputies are functioning under the principal. So them being the agents for the sheriff, wouldn't the sheriff also be an interested party? Since the deputy is exercising their duties as agent for the principal, the sheriff.
I mean, what is the? I mean, I know what interested party means, but what is the significance of someone being an interested party? Who cares?
Because you just said that that's how the city is able to step in because they're an interested party. That's what the
No, you said that, right?
Well, I mean that's what the municipal code says.
That's true.
I mean that's what the charter says.
With the city of Las Vegas, when they cite for traffic violations, when they make arrests that are misdemeanors or below, city prosecutors prosecute. This is not as complex as you're making it sound.
Well, hold on a second. So hold on. No, because when the city okay. So then let me just ask you this last question. Because we know for a fact that the police are the ones making the complaint, actually writing it, signing it, and their department is the one that's actually sending these traffic tickets over to the court, right? So let me ask you this last question. If the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department files a lawsuit against the city of Las Vegas, is the city of Las Vegas going to be the plaintiff and the defendant? Because they're an interested party?
The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department doesn't. I don't know what that scenario is. Because they're the ones providing these tickets to the court, and then the court is opening up a traffic court case in the name of the city as the plaintiff, when the actual complainant is the police, and the person providing, the entity providing that complaint. All tickets and things like that go through a prosecutor's office first. Well, I don't think that's true, because I've done records requests for traffic cases where the city attorneys or the deputies never even filed anything. And when you ask them, how did you get the traffic ticket if the city attorney didn't file anything, they said the ticket was provided by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. So it would seem that the police department, the policemen, and the sheriff are the real parties in interest, but they're never listed as plaintiffs. They're never.
And can they be processed? Can they serve process?
And oh yeah, that on top of that, the police. I know that the statutes say that the police handing a ticket to you is service of process. However, if you look at federal rules, civil procedure, and joinder with the state rules of procedure, civil procedure, and criminal procedure, it says that one who's a party to a case can't serve process. And also the definition of process server under state law specifically says it does not include police officers. So that in itself is a violation, except for you got that I guess that unchallenged statute or whatnot that they're using to kind of escape the grasp of the rules of service. However, my point is the police is the actual complainant. He's the one making the complaint under penalty of perjury, because one can't even make a complaint not made under penalty of perjury is not really a complaint, because the perjury can't reach the accuser. Anyone can say anything about anyone if it's not a perjury.
I think what sure. I mean, all of this stuff is laid out in various chapters of NRS. I mean, it's police. Police officers, they're called peace officers usually throughout NRS,
Indeed.
are allowed to issue citations.
Right.
And then the authority to prosecute cases, it goes to the district attorneys and goes to the city attorneys. It's like that the state government has decided who's doing what function. I mean, it's not really something like debate.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out how is it that the city is stepping in, because they're not the actual complainant. The actual complainant is the police.
Well, you're using this complainant term like it's the holy grail. It's nothing.
How is the case initiated? How is the case initiated? By pleading. By pleading.
The police officer issues the citation in lieu of arrest, as he's allowed to do per state law. And then you get your citation, boom, boom. It goes over to both criminal prosecutors and the court so they can schedule your hearing, and the rest is the normal process. I mean, it's not really that complex.
I know it's not complex. That's how I figured out that it's racketeering. Because how is it that the police is the one making the complaint, but then the city stepping in? I know you're saying because, well, they're interested. Well, hold on. How is it?
I am running for cover from the terms interested parties and complainant, because they're just
okay. What about pleading? Are you afraid of the word pleading as well?
No, the city stepped in, as I just said, under state law. I mean, the state law sets up who's prosecuting cases. It's as simple as that. If the
prosecuting cases for the city, not for the police.
This will blow your mind. This will blow your mind. If the state wanted to, they could go in and change Nevada law and make it that, okay, well, the police will issue citations, and we're going to have the police department have its own attorneys to prosecute. But they don't. That's crazy.
So, how is a case initiated? How is a case?
Citations issued by the police officer.
No. How is a court case initiated? Not how is just
or in the civil procedure. Exactly.
If somebody
the ticket goes over to both the prosecution and to the courthouse, because the court has to set dates and hearings.
So you're admitting that the ticket is the initiating pleading, the initiating complaint, correct?
Well, if we're still talking about traffic violations, yeah.
Okay, so that pleading is not by the city; it's by the police.
Okay, even if accepted as true.
Okay, so why is the police or the police department or the sheriff never joined in as a party of interest?
Because they don't have to be. The state doesn't make them. You don't have to waste resources and have a police officer and the department be a party to every case that they've issued a traffic ticket for.
They're the ones
the
initiating.
officer's available to be the witness. The officer
right, and the witness is not supposed to serve process. Because
you're never going to win cases. You're never going to win cases by arguing things like, well, the Metro needs to be an interested party stated on the complaint. I mean, that's not going to. No one's gonna.
It's failure to join an indispensable party. Motion to dismiss. What do you mean?
They're not indispensable. The officer's a witness. The parties in criminal action are the state.
He's the complainant though. He's the actual complainant though. He's the only one with firsthand knowledge as to the alleged crime that took place.
Where are you? Are you grabbing all that interested party and complainant language from the civil law area?
No.
Because that's a whole different thing.
Well, I'm saying he's the one signing under penalty of perjury. It's not the city.
Right. So we know who issued the ticket. So we know to call the witness.
So you know who made the complaint. So are the city attorneys representing the police?
Well, here's how your scenario is so screwed up. Under your scenario, you would have the officer who is the witness to speeding. Then
And the complainant and the process server.
The star witness also be the prosecutor.
Say that again.
How could you have, let's say the cop caught somebody speeding and he was a witness to the speeding. You would want the cop to be the prosecutor. Well, the cop can't be the prosecutor because then he's going to be, he doesn't have a conflict of interest. He's prosecuting the case that he was a witness to.
Well, hold on. All complainants are witnesses to the crimes. That if somebody is injured, if someone punches me in my face and I say, oh, he just injured me, am I not a witness to myself being injured? Am I not the complainant and the witness? On the contrary, he's not. On the contrary, he's not supposed to be. The cop is not supposed to be the complainant, the witness, and the server.
But you're mixing two types of law. There's civil law that has to do with complaints, indispensable parties, interested parties. In the punching thing, if you got punched, you wouldn't be the complainant. You would be the witness.
You're covering the mic or the speaker.
The only time you would be the complainant is under the, just basic definition when you're going and asking for the police to charge the guy, or if you file a civil lawsuit against the guy. So, I mean, that's when you're. All right, man. Good talking to you. I got to go eat lunch, though, if you don't mind.
All right. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. You have a good one. All right, that call's over.
Eat lunch.
Right,
I think eat lunch means
what happened?
From Wall Street type shit.
Bro, this guy doesn't know law. Like,
yo, I'm talking to Malika in the Telegram chat because she's here. She's like witnessing the call also, but we're in Telegram speaking back and forth. Yeah. And she's like, you know what I mean? Citations only, like she said, a case can be initiated by citation only against other officers or officials. There needs to be a real party in interest. The witness cannot be the server of process. Like even Malika's saying he is mixing it up on and saying is, you know what I'm saying? Like, hold on, he is mixing it up and saying his brother is, I think I kind of get that, Malika. I kind of don't. Like, I'm going to put a question mark on that one. Hold on. Say it again. Say it again, Malika. Yo, Malika, you want to come in? Like, seriously, like, you can speak. I know you don't have to show your camera or anything, but let me give you the Zoom link so you can just come right on in. Like, what would you say, Malika? Like, you can just say it. Seriously.
All right.
Who just came in?
That's me. That's me
with
a good mic. So my other phone that you guys were listening on, it lost battery right at the end, and I could not find the charger anywhere. So my apologies for that at the end. That's why I unmuted the other mic. But now I'm in here on the phone that I was speaking to him on. But you see how he tried to run around the city limits jurisdiction by saying, well, if you do something outside of the city that affects the city, then you can violate, like, no, no, you can't. But in that situation, his examples were not good examples, because he said, if a citizen sends something, you got to look at the statute or the ordinance they're trying to enforce. It will say person or citizen. It will say who it applies to. And yeah, he was not ready for that.
No, the comments, right? Like, I ain't gonna front y'all. I know you probably couldn't monitor the comments, man, but we was going off. Yo, wait till you go back and look at the live chat comments, bro. Like, even Mother So Hard, like me and Brother Corey just laughing, right? It's like, Brother Corey's like, who is Jeff? I'm like, yo, he's that DJ that gets thrown out by Uncle Phil. You know what I mean? Type shit. You know what I'm saying? All right, he's just laughing it up, right? And I'm like, yo, like Jeff, I think Jeff wants Brother Aura to be his best friend. You can tell how he just continues the call. He's like, I gotta go eat lunch. In other words, I gotta go sniff this line of Coke on my day off. No offense, Jeff, it's just how you sound, bro. You know what I mean? So anyway, Mother Samaya was like, he's killing my man. Like, yeah. I think I get that she's saying you, Brother R, was he was making them have it, yo. It's just like, because at your questions, have to make him see how he's been criminalizing his own practice. Period. That's just all I heard. I'm like, yo, this guy is realizing with every question you ask, he's a fucking criminal and or he's never had these lessons. So Brother Corey is like, we're just, basically teaching our sons, right? Like, hold on, let me see where that is, right? When he was like, no, you heard why when Jeff was like, I actually love the conversation. I'm like, told you, he loves the conversation.
Yeah.
Because he wouldn't hang up the phone. You're his best fucking friend. He's like, people, let me tell you about my best friend. I'm trying to tell you, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
That's because he never.
He's like, oh shit, it's my day off. Yo, I think I know this number. This might be his brother. Like, I'm trying to tell you. So he's like, you call it from another number or something, whatever you say, but it doesn't matter. He's like, oh yeah, I know your voice. He knew your voice, like I said earlier, and he still stayed on the phone with you for about a half an hour. Like, the fuck, yo? Like,
because I told you, he comes off as somebody who loves to be right, somebody who loves, loves comprehending his codes and statutes and all that. And it was so funny when he tried. It was so funny when he tried to say, you're jumping in and out of things, because I mentioned the Constitution, the federal Constitution, and then I mentioned the definition of in the state, and then I mentioned the city limits. That's the joinder.
He's not used to people moving that fast in their mind because he doesn't do it. So it equates to the same as when a policy enforcer on which behalf he prosecutes for likes for you to slow down in your land conveyance that they call a motor syringe, and then wants to write you a citation. So he was writing you citations in conversation like, no, you can't do that. You're speeding in the mind too fast. How is the law spirit on your dial plate like that moving? Like, stop it. It's when Neo was dodging bullets from agents. And then Trinity was like, how do you move like that? And he was like, what? You move like them. You move like the agents. I don't fucking know. I just got the fuck out of the way, motherfucker. What are you talking about? Like, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Like, but anyway, man, that was beautiful. You got anybody else to call? That was it, man.
That was cool because we spent a long time. I was gonna call someone else, but since he took up so much time, or that call took up so much time, I'm good.
Oh, bro, who else you want to call?
Well, I'll call him next week because I was gonna call John Rassery because I left him a voicemail on Wednesday and he never called me back.
That is the third party administrator to the claim, right?
Which look, they should have been got back to me already, right? The fact that he's dodging and not getting back to me when I send voicemails makes me think that they're scared of the claim that I just put against the city. Like, if what Jeff was saying was true, then John Rassery and his investigators on this claim against the city, they would have got back to me right away. Like, you're mistaken. The law is actually this. The law is actually this. But they're taking forever. Now they're dodging my calls and my voicemails. So I just think it's very funny how he got to the point where he started being scared of certain terms. Like, well, I'm staying clear of the word complaining and of.
He said he was running.
Yeah,
he said, I'm running. Yo, watch me go back and watch this live. I yield, bro. My apologies. I yield. Go ahead.
He's a runner. He's a track star.
Yo, somebody hand that man some Gatorade as he passes by.
And a napkin.
Seriously.
And then, so look, when you said I'm staying clear of those terms, I said, okay, what about the term pleading? Because how is a case initiated? It's initiated by filing a pleading, filing a complaint. Matter of fact, the Nevada Revised Statute says that when a traffic ticket, if it has everything on it that a complaint's supposed to have, such as penalty of perjury statements, etc., when it's filed with the court, it becomes an official complaint, is what they say. But the city attorney who's representing the plaintiff, who is the city in the case, never files the tickets. The tickets are coming from the police department. So how is the police not the plaintiff? How is the
you're exposing why they need to be brought up on RICO charges. Period.
When I
I don't
said
see anything else other than that.
when I said it was RICO, he laughed.
He laughed because, see, some people laugh when they know they're wrong, so they use humor as a defense mechanism.
Mm.
It doesn't mean that you're off base. That means, fuck, I'm so fucking embarrassing. Yeah, I'm so embarrassed right now from what he's saying, which is embarrassing.
I think he's mixing facts with beliefs. He knows the facts about what the city jurisdictional limits are, but then he's in belief that they can do something outside of that. Like, how do you know what the city, like if we go back, I'm pretty sure he said, yes, that's the jurisdiction. That's in the city limits, all those properties and lands. He admitted that. Then I said, okay, so how are you doing anything outside of that? Well, if someone does something that affects the, no. Walking 3 miles over the walk limit outside of the city does not affect the city.
Where you smashed them was, how do you walk into McDonald's and they tell you don't have on slip resistant shoes? That shit right there, that was the death blow, bro. Like, he had internal bleeding in the spirit with that question. I'm trying to tell you. Mm-hmm. Seriously. Like, you punctured a lung with that. Because his breathing was like,
that's hilarious, bro. That statement also proves another thing. It proves that you can be in McDonald's, you could be in the state and still not be subject to their policies.
Correct. That's why I said that shit gave him internal bleeding in the spirit, because he's like, what the fuck? How does he? I'm telling you, bro, the way we move, however, let me just speak on you. Yo, the way you were moving in the mind, you were impressing him, which is why he's like, people, let me tell you about my best friend. That's where he's at right now, bro. Like, even Brother Corey was like, he's gonna take this information back to the lodge to try to get some higher degrees and shit.
When he said I was doing something, I said, no, I'm standing on my square right now. He chuckled at that too.
Cause he know, man, come on, yo, he's a mother. Yo, you know, most of these people are fucking Masons, bro. And which means they're our sons. So we're giving them adequate child support outside of already ceding them land, which is the initial child support. Period. That's it. We're supporting our children appropriately because they are our sons and daughters. That pale skin, I don't care how you feel out there, the pale skin.
And then he said at one point,
come out, the real niggas is the pale skin. Don't be offended. Stop being offended, because we got the history on it and we got the literature. All righty, and can point you to the record in the Library of Congress. All righty. So they're our children. We did these experiments with our genes and the chimpanzee, and we made these lighter body beings who are animals. They're not human. That's why they're mankind. Kind of like, man, you know, kind of like the mind, but they're pinned down at 33 degrees, period.
Most of them aren't even to 33. You ask them if they're 33, they're like, oh, no, I'm definitely not 33 degrees. Like, whoa.
Wow.
But yo,
listen.
None of his examples worked, because the minute he started speaking the example, he was using language which put you in the state by saying, well, if you're in Henderson, right, which is a city, and then you send something to Las Vegas, well, hold on. In order to be in Henderson, if you're in Henderson, you're in the state. So off tops, you're already subject. Okay, well, if a citizen does, well, hold on. A citizen is subject. Okay, well, let's just use the word person. Well, hold on.
Hey, yo, I swear it's like watching E Honda do the 100-hand slap. Like, that's what you were doing, yo. And he was just Chun-Li trying to kick it with you, but he was like, yeah. It just wasn't working. He couldn't stand on the legs, which he was trying to kick it with you. No, he couldn't do it, bro. He couldn't do it. You was too busy being a legal street fighter there, and you was just 100-hand slapping the fuck out of him, bro. You know what I'm saying? With your Civics, being Honda with your Civics. Okay, I yield.
I wasn't sure. Did I actually say that the United States created the states? Did I say that?
You said that the states are a creature.
Yeah, exactly.
Of.
Yeah,
and I think it's a creature of the federal government. He's like, no, the federal government exists because the states created it. Like, that's not true. Meet Big Ben Bay.
Because he said I think he had originally said that the federal government is a creature of the states, and I was like, no.
No, he said that the city is a creature of the state. And then you was like, well, the state is a creature of the federal government then. Right. He was like, no. He was like, no, you can't say that. That's kind of how his response was to me. However, if everybody might have heard it differently, but I just heard him going, that's not fair. You can't say it like that. Like that's how I heard. That's how I heard it. So anyway.
Freaking hilarious, bro.
I'm just typing in the titles and stuff, yo. I'm putting in everything into YouTube, bro. You know what I'm saying? This is just fucking hilarious, yo. Like, hey guys, go ahead, say what you about to say?
I was just gonna say real quick, and then I yield. Best telephony field trip ever,
and it's number 3. Like, I'm trying to tell you, yo. Like this one here, bro. I mean, it's just like, come on, man. Like. What we're doing, guys, is hoping that you can have the same confidence in studying and then question these people on where they stand. Because as you see, we had 3 mothers near the Maryland State Republic that all they were worried about was getting probably a chicken box, some Western fries, and a half and half. All righty. And then getting their feet and hands pedicured, manicured, painted, and then go and get their eyebrows either arched by razor or threading. All righty, that was it. Anything else pertaining to their handbook and what their actual job actually is and what the fuck they're supposed to be doing? Yeah, they were evading that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then for Brother Aura to call Jeff was just like, I'm just gonna break the fucking law here with every word that I speak. I'm gonna say, fuck the law. I'm doing what I want. Fuck you. That's kind of, I love the conversation though, man. It just gets me going. Like,
yo, if the people could have heard previous conversation with me and him, he resorted to the same thing he did in the last thing. He's like, no one's gonna buy that. That argument will never work. Like, do you have some case? Do you have some case law? Do you have case law to support what you're saying? Can you cite some authorities? Because if you're thinking that it will never work, then you must have read some cases, some judicial or administrative precedent, which shut that argument down already for you to even make that assumption.
So, and that's when you was like, hey man, it's not for sale. And then Brother Corey in the chat was like, yeah, who's selling anything? like, yo. Like, it's every time he said nobody's gonna buy that. Okay, well, he said no one's gonna buy that. Let's do some other highlights of Jeff's quotes. He said no one's gonna buy that. I don't believe that. Like you're saying, even though that may be true. Like, what the fuck is Jeff saying, bro? Like, is this guy a criminal or is he a criminal? Which color noose would Jeff like to be hung in? Hey guys, what do you think? Which color noose Jeff would like to be hung in? Would it be white? Would it be cocaine white?
He sounds like a powder blue type of guy.
Powder blue, yo. Even like a North Carolina Tar Heel kind of color.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie though. I'm gonna keep it real. Jeff is my attorney, not as in I retain him or he represents me, but that's my attorney guy that I go to from now on, because he will stay on the phone with me even on his off day. Most people, even though he was running in place, he was like on a treadmill. He was still running. He didn't run off the call. He did eventually at the end. I think he probably was busy. He probably did have to go do something. However, yeah, he's the go-to guy now with the questions, because if he can't answer it, no one can.
Yo, Jeff just made himself, and we're not here for fame and nobility. All righty. He just made himself super famous, bro. Like, I think that this is going to be a viral, even if we take clips of this and put it on TikTok and Instagram, bro, I think this shit's gonna go viral because I don't think, first of all, bro, like, again, shout out to everyone at the Jurisprudence Gym, right? Malika, Sonny, Keith, Bobby, Mother Samaya showed up, you know what I'm saying? From the Jurisprudence Gym. Like, come on. Like, let's keep it a band, right? No one's really having confidence to, you know, bring these things forward, right? And we saw from the Randy Lynn Erickson video that Mother Malika shared in the Jurisprudence Gym, right? Like, a lot of people don't have the confidence to speak to these people pertaining. It's like imagine you have someone working at Target, right? And you have Target's handbook, and you're speaking to them about their handbook, and they're just like, I don't want to deal with that. It's like, you don't want to deal with your guidelines. What the fuck? Why am I even coming to you? This is customer service, which means you're not going to.
I don't want to deal with the definition. At one point, bro, I wanted him to repeat it. At one point, he was like, he was gonna say something about definitions. I don't know if you heard it. He kind of like, you're trying to use definite. And then I was like, wait, what was that? What was that? Say it again.
He did switch it up there. He did, because he didn't go into that. That's why I was like, yo, hold on. That's why I said, when we go, I know I'm going to go back and listen, yo. I know you going to go back and listen. That's what we do, bro. But I'm just saying, man, like this one right here, I'm trying to tell you, yo, from when me and Brother Sean was contemplating the thumbnail last night, I'm like, yo, the Magic School Bus joint where dude be on the phone, yo. Let's put a fez on him. like
Perfect.
Yo,
Perfect.
Yo, the telephony field trip, bro. It almost makes me think I should play. Hold on, man. Because I know I'm sitting here editing and I'm almost done, bro. Like, I'm almost complete. But this makes me want to go to the Instagram, bro, and just play that joint real quick. You know what I'm saying? Like,
There were so many factors that I didn't even bring up. Because remember, I told you I got to ask the pertinent questions because they're definitely going to try to get off the phone. So let me try to get, you know, the main. I didn't even get to bring up the delegation of authority from the federal level. I know.
That's because Jeff is so fucking argumentative, bro. He doesn't listen long enough before he inserts his opinion and his beliefs.
Yeah, he does do that. He does do that.
So, I mean, it is what it is. Right? Hold on. Open it up. Hold on, yo, we gotta run this back. Oh man, yo, like seriously, like you guys, you can see that on Seven Hill Stars TikTok. You can see it on Aura_Muaba_Bay's Instagram. You can see it at Seven Hill Star Instagram, guys. Like that right there. I'm telling you, when me and Brother Sean was on the phone last night, like I'm like, yo, I think I got an idea for telephony field trip. So I'm just going through images for Magic School Bus. You saw the ones that I put at first, but when I found bro on the phone holding the cup with the steam coming out of it, I said, oh my God, that's the one. That's the one, yo. Yo, we gotta use that one, yo. But anyhow, man, I am ready to yield, man. I thought somebody knocked on the office door. Yeah, coming in, baby. Thought I heard knocking on the door, man. So yeah, man, that's what we about to do. Like, we're about to close on now. I'm gonna hit the horoscopes button. I'm just kind of getting this in, and I'll just have to come back and finish editing. Let me just at least put the video up there. Hey, do some closing remarks. Is Brother Corey still with us, man? Put some closing remarks, man. I'm about to run to the room real quick, man. Hold on, let me choose this file so that I can put that up, man. Get a thumbnail.
My closing remark is gonna be a bunch of laughing.
Yo, seriously, bro. I mean, it's like, wow, like what just happened? But look, I'll be right back. You and Brother Corey, You can close remarks and I'll come back and do the invocation now.
Islam, brother Corey, man. Any thoughts on what just happened?
Islam, bro. I mean, it was a good presentation. You know what I'm saying? Jeff was, I don't know, bro. I really don't have anything to add. Like, y'all already said it all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, for real. Y'all definitely said it all.
I admire the way he continued to participate, right? You know, like I could tell he was probably on the debate team or something like that.
I mean, I said it in the chat, bro. I think, yeah, I mean, he probably was, but I don't know. I just, who is he? Like, I was dead ass.
He's okay. So let me explain that whole situation. I actually called the city attorney for the city of Las Vegas, the elected official. His name is Brian Scott, and I reached someone who said I can forward you to his secretary, right? And then his secretary, I left her a voicemail, and then I got a call back from Jeff saying, "Hey, we got a notification that you left a voicemail for the city attorney's a legislative question. You had a legislative question for the city attorney. So I'm just."
And you said he was pumped about it. You said he couldn't wait.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, if my phone wasn't dead, and I don't know where this charger's at, I could actually play the conversation of when he called me, because I have that for the record.
So,
that's
go ahead,
how.
Don't stop on the count of me, man.
That's how I got,
man, and just looking at the chat real quick before we get on out of here. I'm just looking at the chat.
Yeah, that's how I got in contact with him, or he got in contact with me, actually. And then I was actually on the line with someone else when he had called. So I was like, "Hey, can I give you a call back to this number?" And he was like, "Sure." And so I called him back, and he was more than welcome to point me towards the city charters section, which actually gives the city attorney his powers, right? And then he also pointed me to the ordinance, the city ordinance, which further enumerates some of the city attorney's powers. And then I was like, okay. So then I had called him back originally, and I was like, "Hey, I see how the city attorney has all these powers, but I don't see anywhere in here where it says that the deputies can do the same thing as him." And he's like, he was like, for 16 minutes, he tried to go back and forth with me. Of course, they have the same powers. Like, why wouldn't it? Just because it's not enumerated doesn't mean that they don't have it. And after 16 minutes of him, doing the same thing he was doing today, he finally finds it. "Oh, you know what? I found it. He was excited that he found it. And then, yeah, it does say the deputies, right, have the same powers as the principal. And I was like, "Okay, you found it. Cool. Thank you, man. This is what I was looking for." So then, I contemplated the information he gave me, and then I was like, but how does that allow the city to insert themselves for a complaint made by another party? And that's why I'm saying, if the police put in a complaint and then the city's magically the plaintiff, then does that mean if the police file a lawsuit against the city's going to be both plaintiff and defendant?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely with you on all that. Yeah, man. I was just curious as to who the Jeff character was and how he ended up getting on the phone anyway. But yeah, that was very entertaining, bro, and it brought a lot to the surface. And again, y'all already said it all. Like, he enjoys it because he's like, it's actually helping him put things together and see it from a different angle that he wasn't seeing it before. So yeah.
Keeping him on his toes.
Even Malika was like, "Yo, this is great."
We do this all the time, though. Like, we don't always make a field trip behind it. Like, we do this all the time.
Correct. I mean, say that again. Like, guys, this is like at one point in time, I gotta admit, I think because it's my the celestial vibrations for solar eternage is upon us. So these last couple of days have been kind of real chill because I just been rattling my mind around that. Preparing a home and everything for loved ones and all of that. However, I gotta admit, was it like for about maybe, I want to say, a moon cycle and a half, 2 moon cycles, every day were on me and brother. If it wasn't 3 moon cycles, I and brother R was going in. He going in there in his jurisdiction. I'm going, and you guys know I'm traveling, so I really will be in any jurisdiction at this point because I know how to move in the mind. It doesn't matter where I physically am. Yeah. I can be physically near, you know what I mean, the Florida State Republic and still be on the call with someone near Montana or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, so it says here in the Montana statutes, like, yeah, why not? Why not? Who says that I'm limited? You know what I'm saying?
Yo, I'm gonna be real with you, man. I haven't ate since Wednesday. And when you just said for my loved ones or something, you said something like for my loved ones, I immediately thought falafel.
It's funny. It's funny too. Yo, it's funny too because the nieces and nephew, well, niece and nephew will probably come through. You know what I mean? The sunset here, so I am going to probably hook up some falafel, some pakora. You know what I mean? Do some cooking. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. So you already know at the end of the day, man. Like now, granted, I observed a Kadashi Titi yesterday, so I think all I had was fruit. Yeah, and you was on with me when I was just killing the little onion soup and cucumbers that I had. I think outside the fruit I had earlier that morning yesterday, I just had some cucumbers. That's the only other salad that I had. So successfully made it through a Kadashi, right? And it's just like now I'm just like, what do I want to go out and eat? And I still haven't eaten anything outside of a banana today.
And even though the cucumber is solid, I think it's like over 90% water. So
exactly. So I really observed a Kadashi fast, man. Like I said, I'd be looking forward to it. I'm always checking Prokerala. I'm like, shit, okay, not yet. Like, the night before, as you said too, like, man, I ain't gonna front. I hit that quinoa, and I was like, yes, I'm so glad I ate quinoa before I ate Kadashi Titi. So it's all good, man. Like, superly good. Let me actually come back here. I know I need to probably come back to the Zoom, right? And I'm going to actually do the screen share for the invocation. Now, we'll say lastly in the chat, Mother Sahar was like, yes, he did try to run. And Mother Sahar also said he did chuckle when you mentioned RICO, right? Yep. Brother Corey was laughing at the Honda Civics.
Honda Civics.
That's what it is. I'm trying to tell you, bro. That's what it is, bro. I'm trying to tell you, like, it's just like we're not being slick and we're not trying to be cool and hard and stuff. That's not what's happening. What's happening is it's called order. And because there is so much that's going on around us that's out of fucking order, right? Hey, look, before we got out of here, look at that. You're going to probably kick in another little 15 minutes. What's up, Malika? Peace and grease, Mother Malika.
Hi, brothers.
What's good? You hear
I was over here yelling with my guava jelly in my mouth. What is he talking about? Citation?
No, because it's funny because in their statutes they say, if the citation has everything a complaint's supposed to have, when it's filed with the court, it's considered an official complaint. And I'm like, okay, so how many city attorneys are actually filing this when the courts are telling you that it's coming from the police and they're just opening up the case? So isn't the police the complainant and the one that's filing the pleading?
Where he went off the rails and we should not have allowed him to go there is when he kept saying who's prosecuting. Because the problem is not who is prosecuting. The problem is that if you have a fictitious entity like the city of or whatever, Inc., LLC, anything, you also always have to have a real party in interest.
Exactly.
So he's trying to make it seem like there's only one name that's supposed to go in there. So he's like, well, the police name can't go in there because they can't be the complainant because the prosecutor has the authority to It's like, no, it don't have nothing to do with who the prosecutor is. We're not trying to say that the policy officer is who's supposed to be prosecuting. But if the policy officer is the so-called witness or the victim, their name is supposed to be there next to the city of or the state of or LLC or INC or whatever.
Exactly. I mean, that's why he said, I'm staying clear of that word interested party and complainant, because you're
I heard
trying
him
to
when he said that.
That's like you're trying to like get rid of my point to make your point. You can't like.
Well, you got to clarify. It was an opportunity, and of course, when you're in the heat of the moment, it's difficult to, take a step back, which is why speaking more slowly and reflecting back to whom you're communicating with, what you hear them saying, which I heard you do sometimes, by the way. I was cracking up. He's like, so what you're saying is, but
I'm trying to
so
understand his thinking because his
not allow him to make it seem like it's only can be one complainant, because that's not true. It's not either the city or the officer, and it's also what it means when it's the city bringing the claim. So if it's the city bringing the claim, whether you want to call it a citation or a regular complaint or whatever you want to refer, information or whatever,
right,
it has to be a suit of like kind. So what he's saying, it's like, and then I started to type that he's mixing things up. And then he says, you're mixing things up right when I'm typing it. I'm like, what?
Yeah. He said you're jumping in and out of things. What do you mean? Do you guys
like, you're mixing two things up? And I'm literally typing that he is mixing two things up.
Wow.
Because here's the problem. It's the process that he's describing. It's not that it's invalid on its own, right? But it's only a process that's due to certain persons. Right. So when he's like basically saying this is what we do here, or this is how we do it here, that's not the problem.
He's Montel Jordan.
This is how we do it. So it's not a valid process. It's just, this is what we do when we're prosecuting agents. Mm-hmm. And this is the process that's due when we're prosecuting non-agents. That's what's being confused.
His language in the beginning, he said, well, the ordinances apply to anyone that's in the city. And it's like, well, again, that's
okay,
like
well,
saying,
he has to show which part of the ordinance says that.
Right. Well, that's what he said.
He has to reference, like, anyone. The thing says it applies to everyone. Because I think it says it. I think it actually defines the person.
Exactly. That's why when I was like, well, person has a definition too. Whoa. Yeah. Keep backpedaling. You're almost off the deep end. Keep backpedaling.
Stepping up as said prosecutor puts and not being a party to the case by putting his quote unquote name on the docket also, or, well, at least not on there with the so-called ticket.
That's another thing.
But
what they're doing is absolutely correct. Like if you work for a corporation and you are reporting another agent in the corporation, he's doing it exactly how you are supposed to do it. Like if you're reporting your coworker.
That's my point. It's hearsay.
But here's another thing.
Is hearsay.
Here's another thing, y'all.
I yield.
There's another thing that y'all got to keep in mind. If you look at the form of pleadings, the way pleading is supposed to be, every pleading by the attorney has to have certain information on it, including his bar number, his name, and all of that. That citation doesn't have any of the attorney's information on it
because they don't know who the attorney is yet. This is when you get a citation. I love what you asked him. Is a citation a complaint? And I heard you pause, and I was like, please don't say anything until that dummy says something. Please don't say anything until he actually answers. Because I wanted him to say yes, like him out of his own mouth, say yes, a citation is a complaint, because the question becomes, why are they distinct then? Why is one called a citation and one called a complaint? If they are in fact exactly the same.
The document actually says both on it. It says citation and complaint on it, citation and complaint, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and then it has the penalty of perjury statement on it.
Oh, well, I know definitely about the penalty of perjury statement, but again, that citation process is still only due to the agents that work within the agency, which is why they're doing it the way that they're doing it. The thing that you and him didn't talk about is the fact that everything has dual facet. There's always going to be a judge is a judge, and this case is administrative, so he's an administrative judge in this type of case, but the same judge is also a judicial judge in a judicial case. And we have to make those distinctions. If you're talking judicially, a citation is not equivalent to a complaint. But if you're talking internal administrative stuff, then yes, sure.
Well, that's where he was. He was talking about everybody was in the city. So it's like, okay, so now he just made with his statement that everyone is an employee. So
yes, attorneys believe everyone is the employee.
Hmm.
They do. And they believe it. When they say stuff like the mandates that the government mandates apply to everybody, it's because they never read Article 3, Section 8 of the Washington State Constitution, or Article whatever else, Section whatever in any other state that says that one sentence in every single one of them of who the governor can command.
And well, it's the military. I mean, well, we know it's the military.
That's what I'm saying. They've never read it.
Wow.
That's why I started asking people those questions as soon as I would communicate with them. Like, have you ever read the who the governor can command? Because when they're saying things like, well, it's a government mandate, so it applies to everybody. It's like, wow, have you ever read that section that says exactly verbatim, very clearly and succinctly in one sentence, who the governor can command? It means that every mandate that the governor makes only applies to who the governor can command.
Of course.
But that's what we're not saying. So when an attorney says the mandate applies to everybody, we need to find out if he's ever read who the governor can make rules for. Who is this everybody? Right? Because Article 1, Section 8, Clause 14 says who the federal Congress legislative can make rules for. It's one sentence again, very clear. Have they ever read it? So when they're saying this, everybody, we need to clarify where they're getting their definition of who it's applicable to.
Sure enough. Well, guys, that's Mother Malika from the jurisprudence gym. Right, guys. For those of you that can really, and you're really going about it, we call it jurisprudence gym. And she said before, and I know you did it reluctantly last time. And showing lawful living,
yeah, because I don't like to come on people's stuff like I'm promoting.
I invited it. So what it was is the fact that I know also, though, what you're not looking for is for people to spam the community. Also.
Well, yes, that too.
So with that, because even though I know how, we are openly Moorish American, however, I'm pretty sure because you can see that even the things that I share, whether it's Telegram or even on the Lawful Living website, it's like at the end of the day, I'm just hoping that this helps people out because I know it's helped us out. You know what I mean?
Right.
And all roads lead to Abraham. So it's like, okay, well, look, we're not saying, we're not your secure party creditor, Moors. We're not your sovereign citizen activity, but we're saying we're not sovereign. We're not actually doing any of that. We actually just know how to use certain things in a certain way, kind of in the fashion of I dare you say something. Because then we can
I take everybody as individual. I take everybody as individual men and women. I don't group people together by anything that they might have in common with others, unless of course they express, similar mindsets and things like that. So
correct.
Because I don't like to be grouped together, which is why I keep all my groups private. Everybody don't need to know so they can start pigeonholing me. You know what I mean? I don't like that. So I just keep everything private and let everybody keep guessing whatever they feel like.
Indeed. Well, this is my opinion. I don't think anybody can pigeonhole someone such as yourself or Brother Corey or Brother Ara or myself, because we're always thinking, and this is just my words and what I'm saying, we're always thinking like according to who's thinking. Right? Because what we're also saying is like, are you saying I'm subject to something that you're thinking? Because now at this point, we're not governing ourselves as sentient beings singularly. Because like you said, we're all singular here. You know what I'm saying? That's how we're all here. That's how we're all being here. And we only can consent to group together provided we have a unity in time, unity in mind, unity in whatever that unity may be. However, I will say that, and I'm saying this again for the record, like the jurisprudence gem is, and that's why I call it that, because it allows us to get stronger in that which we already have been studying, you know what I mean? Like places like rvbaypublications.com, Morris Heritage and History School. We just learned not to be have blinders on. We like, man, there's other communities out here that are doing the same thing. Why don't we, you know, do what we saw to my comprehension when I'm studying about Prophet Noble Drew Ali? It's like, hold up, yo. This man was not just talking just to us. He was just talking to us first because we needed it the most here at the North Gate, where we're occupied by the United States, as it's said in certain circles. So it's like, if that's the case, then one mother's breast have given us all suck. So we're all kith and kin. It's just to what degree do we see it in our own minds? You know what I mean? Not you.
Yep. I totally agree. That's why I vibe with him. That's why, like I told you the other day, I listened to his stuff, and I just wonder how many people are getting it, because he has a lot of people listening. But I'm like,
oh, you talking about Brother Taj? You talking about Brother Taj?
Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah,
got you.
I'm like,
got you.
I feel like I don't come from that perspective, because I always have people who message me like, what did he mean by this? And I'm like, I understood it perfectly clear. I don't understand.
Brother, I gotta tell you, like I said, I was next to Brother Taj every other weekend for 15 months straight. Every other strong beginning, we like to call them, actually. But every other first and third Friday, I was there for about 15 months straight. And because I caught the concepts just in studying, I was studying for about 2.5, maybe 3 years before I even went to go see Brother Taj, and he was only just an hour and 5 minutes away from me.
Wow, that's close.
Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, from near the Baltimore Corporation to the Wilmington Corporation in the Delaware State Republic. I'm like, yo, hold up, where you say that? I Googled it, like 602 Vandiver Avenue. Holy shit, I be Greyhound that. You know what I'm saying?
I even wonder if his co-hosts get what he's saying. I'm telling you.
We'll say, like, there's no disrespect to Dr. Naila. No. I'm going to say no, she doesn't get it.
Is his co-host getting it? You know, or is it just like a waterfall? He's running, you know, just.
I'm gonna head on out on that one. I'm a. Oh, we ain't gonna go there.
I don't think she gets it because she's been a pastor of a church for so long. House of Reawakening Minds was, you know, kingdom ministry. So I mean, there's some altruism in there, and okay, let me not do the pastoring thing anymore. Let me see what this is. But I think it's really just based on venue hosting. Really, you know, you can't.
To me, it's not any disrespect to anybody. It's really when I listen to him speak, I just wonder, like I said, how many people are getting it at the level he's disseminating it. You know,
I know we are. Let me stop.
Well, like I said, I feel like if we were in a stadium, I would literally be looking around like, are you guys listening or are you also hearing? You know, and I know, of course, like you mentioned, if someone has done independent studying, they get those levels of things faster. It's like, some of it is, of course, even review, because you also came across those same things in your studies. So you're not just there, you know, learning it for the first time or hearing it for the first time. And that, of course, is always going to help with your comprehension. But I'll listen to the first hour. Sometimes he's on there 3 hours and I'm like, man, I'm full.
Yeah, I mean, because the thing is, Brother Taj been repeating this because, you know, it's the whole hammering the truth thing.
Yeah, you got to.
So like I said, off the record of doing lectures or being there with them, I've actually there's been times where we'll just go and link with Mother Delilah and we're eating the noodles that she makes and just having conversation like that. Or when I was doing Astrology Street with the puppets and the Aquarius webisode, because he's an Aquarius and so is Mother Delilah. And it's like, okay, as we're sitting there after, you know, even before and after doing, you know, taking the clips for the scenes or whatever, just to have the regular conversation, to see the things that he shares with me, like that's, you guys don't get to see. It's like, yo, this guy is doing this all the time. Even though Brother Taj likes to dance, he likes to sing. Like, I got invited to the parties at York House in Philly. I'm telling you, I got to be honest with you, dumb seniors can hang. I was like this, ready to go sleep at the table. God damn, this shit ain't over yet. This body's
Well, look, when we used to live in New York, my parents used to start getting ready for the party at midnight, 11 o'clock. I'm like, wow.
I felt like I had a bedtime. Seriously.
Yeah, of course. We had bedtime. And after we went to sleep, that's when they started getting ready. So we didn't know anything. But getting back to the calls that you guys are doing, I think you're doing an amazing job.
Oh, thank you. That means a lot to us coming from you, because you already know we look forward to every Tuesday and Thursday coming in real. Seriously, I yield.
I would like to get them to say more things in writing.
That would be love.
Yeah. And I do definitely encourage to go from the distinction of what I was just touching on. So many of us get caught up in the everything is fake and everything is a fraud, and we don't realize that these people do have a legitimate thing going on for them. The only time it becomes fraudulent is when they try to apply it on people that it's inapplicable to. So for example, you just mentioned, you had bedtime. What was your bedtime?
When the way they had me partying, I felt like I was past it when I showed up, actually, like 9 o'clock.
Okay, so let's say bedtime at your house is 9 o'clock, right? And bedtime at your neighbor's house is 8 o'clock. And then your neighbor comes trying to tell you need to go to bed at 8 o'clock. When in your house, your bedtime is 9 o'clock. That's what's happening. And I think we have to get more clear on that distinction so we don't come across as attempting to say your stuff is all bullshit, it's all nonsense, it's not applicable to anyone, we need to rewrite the laws and all this stuff that people say. It's why would you want to rewrite laws that are inapplicable to you? I don't give a damn what time your mama tell you it's bedtime. I don't nothing unless I'm at your house.
Correct.
So what's happening when these attorneys say everybody is in the city or everybody is in the county or the state? It's like, where are you getting that? What's your definition that you're using of what, where are you getting that from? Can you point me to this, even the statute or code or whatever? Because there is no statute anywhere that says anything applies to everyone. They would not have 50 chapters, and 5,000 sections of each chapter. If everything, because you would just open the book and it would say everything in here applies to everyone.
Mm-hmm. Well, everyone had to produce their contract and oath of office that said they consent to that applying to them, so to speak.
Right. And that is the main thing to get them on. And so when we are arguing just about the process, instead of, I understand this is the process, but who's do this particular process? Because if the answer is, oh yeah, well, this just applies to city agents or county agents or federal agents, like it says in 19 USC 81.0, it applies to residents. And how do you become a resident? Because the board made up of the Secretary of Treasury and the Secretary of Commerce. Okay, the board decided which means they had to have some type of meeting, right? That your presence has been deemed necessary as a federal, state, federal or local agent. It says it right there in 19 USC 81.0, who can even be a resident. So whenever you hear the attorney talking about everybody, that's where we have to make the distinction. So it's technically not if a citation is a complaint. It's like who is eligible to get a citation written against them. And when they use the term everybody, we're gonna have to be like, okay, where in the statute is the word everybody? Because I don't know if I've ever actually seen the word everyone or everybody. Seriously. I've seen whoever, and then the definition of whoever still being a person, which I thought was funny. right? So when they pull you into the definition of whoever, you just go back to 1 USC 1.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, that's very true. I mean,
why 1 USC 1 be talking about oaths and affirmations? What are they trying to tell you is required for the rest of the codes?
I'm trying to think what I saw you bring that up, and I think I saw in Lawful Living. Again, guys, this is Mother Malika from lawfulliving.com, right? I saw in when you go into the folders and the law videos, basic principles, I want to say you brought up 4 USC 101, which deals with oaths. And even Keith was saying something there also.
The power behind the fact that it's under 4 USC is that that's the title for states.
Jesus Christ.
Yo.
4 USC is states.
Yeah.
So you go to the oath is the 101, but when you go to 4 USC 110 and you just look at the subject matter that's there, and I think it's 110 D and E, tell you the definition of state and clearly define that state is a portion within a state that is a federal area.
Let's see what we can fizz on, right? Let's do, you said 4.
4 USC 110.
Boom, shakalaka.
It's the definition section. See the term D tells you what a state is, that it's a territory or possession of the United States, not in, and then bam.
The Bank of Columbia.
And everybody knows that the District of Columbia is not a state. So what are they trying to tell you? That they're just using the term state, perhaps to confuse you, that they're including, you know, Florida and Colorado and Nebraska.
Like but
they're talking about sections of the world that are, yeah, you see, for the purposes of taxation.
Wow, that's the tax title. That's the
yes.
That's the tax revenue or whatever, the internal revenue code.
Yes, so you're only a person for the purposes of taxation. They're telling you right there.
So again, to those that know about your non-obligatory tax status, like here's another confirmation why. Anyway, go ahead. I yield, Malika.
Yeah, and then they tell you the term federal area means the lands or premises held or acquired by the United States or any department, establishment, or agency of the United States and any federal area. I love when they use the term that they're defining in the definition. That's how you know they're crazy.
That's so now again, let me just say this, because I thought you're not saying it now, but you're saying it where it's making me do that thing I do when I have my emotional outburst responses, as I call them, where you're like, hey guys, instead of copy and pasting things, when you do, even if you do, at least have some diction in there, like Soul Train Scramble Board style, that shows that you comprehend what you are copying and pasting. In other words, form the words in the way where if somebody says, oh, yeah, well, in the state, like for Brother R, in the state of Nevada, hold on. So are you saying that I am someone who has a contract and an oath of office doing foreign commerce, right? And within a federal area, within a federal trade zone? Like, is that what you said? Like, you know, when you start saying it like that, and then people go, I need to get off this call, or, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, or I don't believe that. No one's going to buy that, or I don't think anyone is going to, you know, let you dismiss a case off of that or whatever. It's like, what are you really saying then at that point? What are you really saying? Are you actually,
what are they really accusing you of when they say the person was operating a motor vehicle in the state?
A motor syringe?
What are they really accusing you of? Right? So it says here, the federal area, which is located within the exterior boundaries of a state. So just imagine the fictitious shape of whatever state you think that your mailing address is. Just think of that shape.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so what they're saying is the word state means an area within the boundaries of a state that is a federal area. That is what the state is. And they give you a perfect example of DC, because DC is a federal area that's somewhere, but a federal area that's somewhere, but technically not in any particular state that as the way you imagine it. So when you see, though, they consider these insular possessions and enclaves. So when they keep using the term, a person, of course, person means you have to be on the clock in a fiduciary capacity on behalf of an employer. That's a association, corporation, or other legal entity. You have to be on the clock working on behalf of and getting paid by a legal entity. And then in order to be on the same thing, when they use the word operating or even driving is a commercial activity. Again, confirming that the person is in fact on the clock getting paid to be doing what it is they're doing. So if they're pulling people over just when you're picking your children up from school or going to the movies or coming home from a bar or something, you are not in fact operating. You are not in fact a person. And then you weren't even operating as a person in the state if it was not a federal area. So when they're making those sentences, we need to understand the individual words in those sentences. When they make the accusations on their citation or complaint or whatever they want to call it, they're making presumptions. And our worst arguments, and I keep hearing people do it, is saying that the process itself is invalid or corrupt or even unconstitutional because they're enforcing a contract under a business license. What's that business license? The driver's license that everybody loves, but don't operate no business. So I don't understand why everybody has one, but even having one doesn't automatically make you liable because you still have to literally be on the clock transporting passengers or cargo for pay at the time. And so even if you do that sometimes, most people don't get tickets while they're actually at work transporting the cargo or whatever. They usually get pulled over, when they're going to visit grandma or coming back from baseball practice, that's what's happening.
Mm-hmm. And they're saying you're doing it at the pleasure of the commander-in-chief of the military.
Of course. Yes, that's my favorite part because that's what set my sister off in Texas. When I showed her that part, she was like, I'm driving at the pleasure of the governor. Nah. She's like, nah. I'm driving for him. People be yelling, well, where's my check if I was driving for him? I'm like,
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So
why
is it?
Why don't we know these things? It's fine to me if people know these things and then still go get their driver's license because then they are doing it with knowledge and they know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly to stand up for themselves by going, hey, I know I agreed that I was going to uphold these certain rules and regulations while I'm operating a motor vehicle in the state. But what evidence are you using that I was, do you have a manifest of the cargo I was carrying? Do you have a statement from my employer or my employee or what do you have to say that I was operating in business?
Indeed, and it makes it so, like when you said earlier when we brought this up, because you just said motor vehicle, it's like, let me just bring it up again. It's saying it's like a motor syringe, and it makes sense why they're calling it a motor vehicle administration, because it's saying a medium through which a drug or medicine. So now the people have been converted into a dry good. They've been turned into an apothecary substance in a jar that can be mortared and pestled at the will of the agents that are part of the military.
Yeah, if you choose, right?
Right.
Again, most of us are unaware that things like this have the military connotation, because again, who's ever went to look up Article 3, Section 8 of the Washington Constitution or the equivalent in any state to see that connection between when I get a driver's license, I'm driving at the pleasure of the governor. The governor can only control the military. So what the fuck does that make me?
Mm-hmm. Section 8, we said the Washington State Constitution.
Yes.
Right. And I know you brought
you
this
spell
up.
as bad as I do.
I was moving super fast there. Yeah, and I don't be looking sometimes. I be like typing because I don't be like, let me know where the QWERTY keys actually are. It is what it is. You know what I mean? But let's get the orthography together, right?
Yeah, I think people should pull up any state. So you go, the main thing is that you're looking for is the executive section of the Constitution. Oh, I love how your thing pulls it up with the words right there. I had to go digging yesterday.
That's because
the commander-in-chief of the military in the state.
Yeah, they're basing your search based on, I think, the IP address and all these other stupid things and all of that or whatever.
But what I love about the fact that you have it here is that it looks like they have all the same phrase in all the different constitutions here. Is that what this is suggesting? I see it. Like the change constitution, state constitution, federal. I thought that they were giving you like the full list of, because every state says the same thing. You just look up the executive section of any state constitution. For Washington, the executive section is Article 3. Some other states, it might be Article 4 or 5 or 6. I think I've even seen it as low as Article 7 in certain states.
So let's go on this iPad, scroll up to do find on page, and let's
commander-in-chief.
For the record, for North Carolina, it's Article 3, Section 5, subsection 5.
Okay. 3.5.
Hey, type that in the chat, bro. Type that in the chat. For real. I'm talking about the live chat on YouTube.
Yeah, see, I see where it says Commander-in-Chief number 8. If you scroll down a little bit.
Doing my best to highlight it. Yeah. And then I shall scroll down.
Yeah, it's going to be below there. Like on the next page, you're going to see Commander-in-Chief Section 8. It'll just say that same exact sentence. Oh, this is just the
hold on. Where's
the table
article?
Of contents that you're in. So if you do use the find function for Commander-in-Chief, it'll take you. Yeah. It already took you there. Yep.
Sweet.
Just scroll down just a little bit and you'll just hit enter.
All right, I'll hit the
that's the first one. Hit enter one more time. There you go, right there.
All righty, Section 8 pertaining to Article 3, pertaining to the Washington State Constitution. He shall be Commander-in-Chief of the military. This is the governor, right?
Yeah.
Because this is the state constitution, not federal, because if it was federal executive branch, we would be talking about the executive branch head, which would be what people would think is Biden, right? According to, the social engineering that's being applied out there.
Well, however, he is, to be fair, he is the president of a corporation.
Correct.
That has a name that confuses people with a country.
I know, right? Anyway, I know, right? That's exactly.
So, my favorite thing that's happened in that political scene is when people started saying "not my president." I was like, "What? It's so wonderful! Yeah, everybody's been real." None of them are though. None.
Exactly.
I mean, unless you're in the military.
Like they were really in it's like when Trump ran for office, and like you said, I think you even said it in the basic principles video. It's like, look, man, I really like Trump. And we had this conversation before. I'm like, I think he's a fucking genius. However, think about it. Think if the next president was Jeff Bezos. Would it not really make sense then? Like, this guy is presiding over a corporation.
Yes, and I ask people what I'm not saying you have to like him or like America or whatever, because I don't care, right? But who better to run a corporation than a billionaire? I mean, all of it is trash, right? But
It's all hypnosis.
when you're
Depends
just
on-
thinking about it intellectually, right? It's purely an intellectual exercise. Who other than a billionaire would you want to run a for-profit organization?
I mean, because Trump he's a genius. However, I think you and I can only recognize such because in some way, shape, or form, we comprehend what they call business, but it's really just administration, proper administration.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. It is business, but business is merely just administration.
Correct. So it's like, do you know how to properly administer this? You don't put a Band-Aid on a perfectly healed arm. You will place that Band-Aid appropriately where there needs to be a bandage. You know, and I get that. Unless you're wearing a Band-Aid as the means of something else between you and some group of people that think
as
a
a
certain
symbol?
way. Yeah, I mean, some people do that. You know what I mean? Like TLC. I don't think Left Eye had a laceration under her eye. It was just like, we just, that's the kind of girl I am. I guess I don't know.
But also, speaking on savvy business, that interesting group you decided to pick because they were the opposite, right? They let people take all their money. They were famous, but they were broke. TLC.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't know proper
of,
administration and contract. However, I yield.
They needed some of Donald Trump's evil calculations or whatever.
Allegedly evil. Allegedly.
Well, the other thing about being a billionaire is I'm not sure if you can get there without being evil. So there's that.
Well, I mean, what makes it evil is the fact that no one's saying like, okay, imagine every billionaire or anyone who is heavily measuring their status based on Federal Reserve notes and or the digits pertaining to such. And they would just go like, imagine every rapper, so to speak, like who's a rapper that's supposedly a billionaire. Let's say, as he calls himself Ye now, right? And what if Ye just made a rap song talking about he's the illest Federal Reserve agent alive? That would be an honest fucking song. That would be an honest fucking song. I would probably go and grab that. I'm like, yo, I've got to cop that. Is that on iTunes Music? I'm going to spin my one note there. Or the little machine that he, did where he, released his other album. It's like, yeah, man, I think that's worth it because at least he's telling the truth. He's saying that because that's the only one, right? 12 USC
That's all you can
411.
be.
So people are out here.
Yeah, you're right.
Chasing the bag. What'd you say?
I mean, some people chase. I wonder like who makes those songs, and I think a lot of those like get money songs are for attorneys. I just want to let y'all know because. Yeah. I'm over here like, why would you chase a bag when there's 12 USC 12? I'm sorry, 12 USC 412.
Explain that to them. Explain that. Why chase a bag when there's 12? Are you saying that you could write something up?
But you are writing things up. That's the thing. Like people think, especially the pump and dump folks. Like my friends. So people think that, for example, when I hear people say, oh, if you want to pay off your mortgage, you create a promissory note, right? And then you get a medallion stamped and then you give it to the bank. But Malika's question is, I did that already. So why would I not just say, hey, I already gave y'all that? As opposed to saying, let me now do it. Because what was it that I gave you before? And why isn't that the end of the deal? Why am I creating yet another promissory note to try to so-called discharge anything? Because I did that.
I mean, why are you making a promise to pay something anyway when at the end of the day, anyone providing a service is actually exchanging for you saying that they're credible to do so, which is by way of your autograph term, the signature. If I'm not mistaken, I'm open for correction.
I think that's why they're doing it though, because what they are given when you sit, you sit there at the closing table, that is what you're giving them, your signature on a piece of paper.
That's it. There's no loan being given to you as people think. And then
no, it's because it's a check cashing transaction. You give them a piece of paper with your signature on it. That is the only money on earth. That's it. People think like there's other money, but there's not. If you're going to talk about money, it's pieces of paper with signatures. If you look at the Federal Reserve note, you're going to see it's a piece of paper and it's going to have signatures on it. If you look at any other so-called country's currency, it's going to be a piece of paper and it's going to have what? Signatures, at least one. So now that we're all clear, pieces of paper with signatures on it is the money. Then when you gave a piece of paper with your signature on it, that was it. So they converted the signature into a certain amount and then allegedly gave it to the so-called seller. It's over. That's it. So when they send this statement in the mail, everybody should be asking, what the fuck is this? Not, oh, let me pull out my paycheck, my checkbook.
So are they looking for more statements or co-signatures, so to speak? Is like, so like somebody got, man, yeah, I got to pay this light bill, or man, the mortgage is due, or man, the rent is due. Shouldn't they how
did you get, you gave them a piece of paper with a signature on it already.
Which makes them credible, where they should be able to, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, 12 USC 412.
But they already do it. They do it. They are doing that.
So they're double dipping the chip.
Or something. That's why I'm saying when you get a statement, the question should be, what the fuck is this?
Correct. So you shouldn't be receiving, when you say statement, some people may think, the so-called electricity bill, the so-called water bill.
They all say billing statement on it. They all say billing statement on it. None of them will just say water bill. None of them will just say light bill. Okay. We are who puts it as something else. They could have called it a wishing statement, a wanting statement, a breakfast statement, or anything. It's a statement because that's what they're calling it, a statement.
Yes.
As their words.
Yes.
So I don't know. I don't know why anyone would send me a statement if I already gave them a piece of paper with my signature on it. It doesn't matter what you want to call that paper. An agreement, an application, an assignment, a contract, a promissory note, a negotiable instrument, a non-negotiable, whatever you want to call it. 12 USC 12 says pieces of paper with autographs on it, AKA applications, are what are exchanged for notes.
They're tender. They're tender that can be used as collateral when handed to the Federal Reserve System to be able to get notes in exchange for the tendered, signed document now used as collateral. Did I say that properly?
The signature is actually the collateral. But yes, the signature on the paper is what collateralizes the paper.
Correct. Okay, got you. Because
so we don't care what we don't care what they do with it. Well, we shouldn't care. People seem to care, but it's like that's it. They have you do you have the dollars of what notice that we wrote up? I can't wait to use it. I haven't used it yet, but
I'm just
it basically shows them the coinage act, right? So for the nerds out here,
is that in the money talks folder?
If you've read the coinage act,
I'm talking about what you were just talking about as far as the document. Is that document?
Yeah, the dollars of what? I can't remember where that is. I don't know if it's in like the. That's right. It's probably in the money talk folder. Sonny's yelling from the kitchen. It's probably in money talk.
So I was right. Okay, good.
Yeah, it's probably in there. But you got to go up to the headline. So go up a little bit.
Oh, got you.
See? Yeah. Application for notes. So people are chasing the bag. People are working for notes, begging for notes, praying for notes.
Jesus, please bring me some more Federal Reserve notes, Jesus.
All right, go ahead. I yield.
Dear Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz?
Yo. Yo.
So
Yo.
we are grinding for notes, right?
Mhm.
We are working for notes. We're doing all kinds of things for notes. When there's others over here just applying for it, right?
Mhm.
So it took me about 6 months to go over this section, even though it's only 6 sentences. So I don't expect anyone to grasp all of what this is saying. And if you think you read these 6 sentences and you know it already, I challenge you. Okay. So when I read this, any Federal Reserve Bank may make application to the local Federal Reserve agent for such amount of Federal Reserve notes hereinafter provided for as it may require. That's the first sentence. So what do we have? What are they saying? Where's the bank getting applications from? Is the bank just waking up one day and going, oh, I think I just want some notes. So I'm going to go apply to the local Federal Reserve Bank. And what's bad about this section? What's bad about Title 12 period is the codification of the Federal Reserve Act. But what they don't like to tell you, which is similar to when we read holy books, when we get into certain sections, we don't understand why we're in that particular section. So it's not just because it's the codification of the Federal Reserve Act, it's that when you go to the table of contents, they tell you that what they're referring to specifically is foreign banking.
Correct.
Foreign banking. Foreign, not domestic banking. Foreign. This is not actually for the people of the United States.
Chapter 6.
Yeah, yes. So even though they put chapter 6 as foreign banking, the whole chapter is Title 7 is foreign banking. They just explain it at chapter 6.
I mean, Title 12. Title 12. You said 7.
I'm sorry. The whole of
Title 12 is foreign banking. The
yes,
whole of
Title 12 is foreign banking.
Period.
Yes. Just like Title 15 is foreign commerce and foreign trade. They don't like to say the foreign part in the LLI WEX version, but when you get any of it in book form, they will tell you. Title 15, they say, they call it commerce and foreign trade, but it's foreign commerce and foreign trade, just like Title 12, the whole thing is foreign banking. So when people are trying to make themselves become agents or act as agents, or I don't even know what they're doing, that's what makes them be required to have the Foreign Agent Registration Act. So if you actually want to act as a banker, you have to register under 12 USC 614 according to those codes, and
wow.
Even when you go to the jurisdiction of in Title 12, 12 USC 632. You see what it says right there? Organization of corporations to do foreign banking. They tell you the jurisdiction of the court. Go to 632. Yeah, see? Foreign banking. 32 says, yeah, go all the way down to 32. Jurisdiction of the United States court. So when people are trying to do debt collection and they're bringing you into a court for that debt collection, look at what they're trying to do. Disposition by banks of foreign owned property. So where's your Visa application, your MasterCard application, your Discovery card application, your Deutsche Bank so-called mortgage. Where's your property?
Hold on. So technically, let me see, because I'm having one of those moments right now. That means, let's say, I can take any social media account and show how many, it's a terrible word, but they use the word followers, like let's say on Instagram, right? So you can take, let's say it's about, whatever number pertaining to those followers. So now you have a number of subscribers by way of them hitting the follow button. So now technically you have electronic signatures that are saying you're credible. You think you can take that list of followers to the Federal Reserve? I'm just saying.
Application for notes, bitches.
I'm just
Give me
saying.
those notes.
What is your collateral, sir? Well, as you can see, my Instagram has 1,800 followers.
Well, isn't that what advertisers are doing in the first place? They are paying so-called, promising to pay in advance for people to simply look at their stuff, because algorithms have proven that showing someone something over a certain amount of time, there's an exact number actually, but we're not even going to get into that. And it, like it's a formula of the amount of eyes, X amount of times before it equates to sales. That's
correct. That's your
so that is what is already happening.
Yeah, you're already speaking to YouTube, how people monetize, quote unquote, their YouTube. Yes. However, it sounds like, and this is me, and I ain't gonna front, I've been contemplating this for quite some time. However, I'm not a Federal Reserve agent, so to speak.
Yeah, bro. I just want to state for the record that the police keep circling my my block, and another CPS worker just showed up, a man named Dan Wild. I set him straight from the jump. And I just wanted to let you guys know. Man, I wish I would have brought the phone because I didn't get to record any of that.
Your phone is always dying, ain't it?
No, it was
or he wasn't in the mode of record. He was in warrior mode. Where's my scimitar? You know what I'm saying?
And then he tried to say, of course this is in the state. And I let him know, before you go any further and embarrass yourself, you might want to look up this statute and be clear that you are, you are outside of your territorial jurisdiction. You are here to investigate a hearsay matter. You've admitted that there is none. And then he tried to say, first, he tried to come with that sovereign citizen stuff, say, well, I heard the conversation. I guess they had the call recorded. He said, I heard the conversation and we're clear, that you don't like the government. And I was like, wait,
oh my God.
I was like, hold on.
I'm clear that you're hurting my feelings and you don't like what I like.
He was like, I said, hold on. What are you talking about? Do you see this fez on my head? Do you see this tarbush? Yes. Do you comprehend that my ancient foremothers and forefathers are the mothers and fathers of civilization who created government? Do you know that if I were to not like government, I would be dishonoring my ancient foremothers and forefathers? Don't come over here and try to tell me what my beliefs are and stuff when you don't even have the authority to be here. He's like, I do have the authority because I was like, this is not in the state.
You have the authority because you better wear your papers, slave.
You know what you should have said? You should have said, man, pull your phone out. Click your YouTube app. You see this video that's live right now? Rewind that
shit. Bro, I'm like, hold on. I'm trying. He's like, oh, I don't want to argue. I'm like, no, I'm asking you questions so I could comprehend the nature of the alleged report that you're speaking, that you're attempting to investigate.
He wants jurisdiction, and we're not giving it. Fuck you.
And I'm trying to comprehend the nature of you showing up unannounced without authority. He was like,
we have no contract or oath between one another. So why the fuck are you knocking on my door?
Bro, this guy said that when he started saying, I know about your beliefs. I'm like, no, he
said, about your beliefs. Wow, he's psychic.
Yo, Malika, with Aura's permission, I will forward you the recording because both Aura and I recorded the call that man Dan is referring to.
Look, he said that I know you. I said, hold on, you don't know me. He said, I listened to your phone
beliefs. That is such a crazy thing to say to any man.
And I asked him, are you the attorney? Because if you heard the phone call, then you know that Erica said she was going to have our attorney, her attorney, reach out to us, and my power of attorney had already told you
I
or
text
told her,
and I sent you it. Yeah. Sent you the fucking text. But anyway, go ahead.
So then he goes, and I was like, so he was like, well, the cop just rolled by again. He was like, I know that you know how you feel about the government, your beliefs, I'm like, what beliefs? He was like, oh, about the you guys, you think contracts, your belief in contracts. I was like, wait, what? You think contracts is a belief? You heard me say something about contracts on
contracts are a belief.
Yeah, he said that. No, he said that, and then I told him, so do you have a contract with who you work for? He said no. I said,
no.
You don't work for them. He was like, of course I do. I'm an employee with them. I said, okay, so you have a contract with them. I said, no. I said, you didn't fill out.
No.
I said, you didn't
fill out. I mean,
Bro,
hold on. Question, real quick question. Emotional response question real quick. So do we shoot him in the head now or do we shoot him in the head now? No, I'm serious.
Can I get that in writing? I need that in writing.
This guy said, then I said, did you fill out an application to work for them? He said, yes. I said,
awesome.
Okay. I said, okay, did you sign it? He said, yes. I said, okay, well, that's a contract. No, it's not. Oh.
It's okay, let's not call it a contract. Maybe if we use the word agreements, because all contracts are agreements, but not all agreements are contracts.
So he was taking what you said, Brother Hasan, when you have the first thing you had asked her was, is there a contract between us and their agency or any one of them? And if not, then they don't need to be speaking to us. He's taking that and trying to say, he didn't say sovereign citizen, but he kept saying, I know about that whole sovereign stuff. It's already been debunked. I'm like, what are you talking about?
What?
Yeah. And now the cops had drove by like 4 or 5 times already. So I'm like, I'm not even.
That's all they're going to do because they're driving at the pleasure.
I would call the dispatch and ask who dispatched them.
He's not a police. He works for Family Services, Child Protective Services.
Yeah. Okay. You saying that 4 policy officers passed by, don't know?
Yeah, they're driving up and down the street right now.
If the policy officers are driving up and down, call the dispatch and ask who dispatched them. Because these motherfuckers be self-activating, and that's a problem because the rules say they're wind-up toys and they must be dispatched. And whoever dispatched them has to have a record.
Yeah, should we put out a rainbow set of nooses?
This guy thinks that contracts is a belief, yo.
Yeah, try using the word agreement. Because
I'm gonna call their office
even if it's not a contract, which has 2 signatures and all that, which is specific. So I get it. A contract is an agreement, but not all agreements are contractual. There are one-sided agreements, like, I don't know, but they're one-sided unilateral agreements. But your employment is not a unilateral agreement.
But it's an agreement between more than one party. It's between the employer and the employee.
Yes, it's definitely not unilateral, but it might not be so-called contractual. It's still just an agreement.
I should call their office and ask them, tell them they got people purporting to represent their office, but saying that they don't have any contract. Yo, he came over here making defamatory statements talking about because he heard my power of attorney say something, because I think he said he was Moorish American or something. So he heard him say that, and he brought up contract. And so,
people are like, what's your religion? It's none of your business. Because it literally is none of their business.
But
what's your marital status? None of your business.
That's not a religion. That's a nationality. That's like saying
everything is a religion, though. Everything is a religion. Everything is a religion. They told, you want a COVID test? No, it's against my religion.
If someone says I'm Chinese, then they go, oh, so yeah, we know about you. You're a sovereign citizen, like
exactly. No, and that's what I was saying earlier. As soon as you say I'm a this, they start coming to conclusions. That's why I just say it's none of your business.
Conclusion that they should come to when one says that, like, fuck, we don't have jurisdiction. That's the fucking conclusion.
No, that comes from the fact that slavery is illegal and unlawful, and you cannot produce an agreement. That's when they say, fuck, I don't have jurisdiction.
Yes.
Because slavery, everybody will agree that slavery is illegal and unlawful.
A crimes investigation thing just rolled. Maybe something's going on down the street because I just seen a big ass truck I ain't never seen before that said crimes
If you
investigation.
call and ask who dispatched them and where, you'll know.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to, but you will know who, if it's down the street or if it's yourself or whatever.
Yeah.
If you call and ask who, if you see policy officers passing by, you can call them. What my husband usually do is when he sees them blaze by, because he's nosy, he taps into the dispatch. He taps into the, well, I don't even know what app or station or whatever, but you'll know. Yeah, is that you? The airplane?
Yeah, I thought it was a helicopter, but I was like, let me go see.
Yeah.
Now,
You'll
that
be
guy-
surprised on how those little terminologies. That's why I try to stay away from all of them. It's none of your business. You know how many kids you have. It's none of your business. Literally, it's not. Nothing
Right.
that I have is any of your business. So I don't have to answer none of your questions, whether I got a fez or a turban or nothing, or my hair is long down to my ankles or whatever. Or if I got dreads or what, it's none of your business. They'd be like, oh, yeah, you have dreads. Are you a Rasta? It's none of your business.
Exactly. Like, but those conclusions are absurd. So, you know, when they start
They're
talking
irrelevant.
like that,
That's what they are. They're irrelevant. And to bring them up and try to make them material is arbitrary and capricious. That's the type of terminology that they need.
Buffalo Soldier.
yeah.
Right. Scant out of here, buddy.
I know,
Scant
right?
right up out of here.
He left like, fuck, man, I went to the wrong house.
I'm aware of your people, you sovereigns.
Look, here comes another one up the street. I'm about to record him.
If he was really aware, if he was really, really, really fucking aware, then I'm telling you, like, because Malika, you already know, we'll take them straight to the 805 Illinois Compiled Statute, ILCS, which is the ILCS 110.
Look at his dumb ass.
And what will show that Moorish Americans have a sovereign theocratic government, not to be confused with sovereign citizen bullshit. The thing is,
but they just hear the word sovereign, even though it's in all of their own law material.
That's their problem.
And just start imagining some nonsense that the TV told them because that's their Lord and Savior.
They've made proclamations about Moorish Americans.
Look, that looks like a freaking undercover.
It lets you know. It clearly lets you know why is there this type of importance that's ancient. That's why I said.
But that's why I think it's more important for them to know their place than for them to know my place. I don't have to show you literally nothing. Because slavery is illegal and on law, I don't have to show nothing to you. I don't have to show you literally, like, not saying that information is not interesting and important to discuss among people and stuff like that, right? But when anything, you always keep in mind, anything you say can and will be used against you. They're not going to use it to say, oh, yes, that is, you're right. That is the clear line, of what I'm not. No, they will use anything that you say you are. They would try to use it against you. Oh, you're not a citizen? Oh, well, then that must mean you don't have a country or you're stateless or like, don't even make those things. Why are you talking to me? Nothing what's my name? I'm going to leave you to prove whatever your presumptions are. Prove my so-called name and whatever. Prove whatever. Prove everything. Prove I live here. Prove everything. I'm not giving you nothing. You see what I'm saying? Well, we put you in jail for failure to identify. Again, failure to identify is under the penal code. And for example, in California, it says clearly that the penal code is to enforce their business code and their chiropractic code. It's like verbatim. It tells you in the preliminary statement of the penal code of California who it applies to. It applies to obviously licensees under some other business for the purpose of taxation act. That's it.
Oh, my neck. Oh, my back. Oh, my neck and my back. I think I get the back of y'all. It said chiropractic, right?
I mean, that's what it says. It says, I just copy pasted it. You know, I'm like, the business code, specifically the chiropractic, but that's such a strange thing to, you know, isolate. But whatever, you know.
I mean, look, the reason why I'm saying it, Malika, is because, like, all right, when I saw my neighbor, when she was the mayor for Baltimore City, right, Stephanie Rawlins Blake, she made a proclamation on January 8th, 2012, right after Rahm Emanuel near the Chicago Corporation, right, made one on December 22nd, 2011. And when I looked at these, I'm thinking like, all right, I know how it is with other so-called religions and things like that. However, what I recognized was that there's a proclamation being made for two reasons. Let me tell you why proclamations are made. In terms of the various copper-toned beings, which are the Aboriginals here on what they call America, right? The copper tone or olive shade, right? The reason a proclamation is being made, because it's saying, hey, motherfucker, you better say who you are, because if you don't, it's hunting season. And that's what actually happened. That's when you started hearing your Freddie Gray situations and your Tamir Rice situations and your now, as of late, George Floyd situations. Because what these rituals that are being done are based off of an ancient divine war that's going on. I'm just gonna keep it a whole band with you. And when you don't pick a side, I know it may seem like, I ain't gotta do that. However, I've actually seen some things actually happen where it's like, holy fucking shit. If you don't show these people that their own legislature says, hey, you see this right here? Like, do you even get that the reason why you're able to do what you're doing, like Brother R said earlier, don't disrespect me and say how I feel about government. You wouldn't even have a job if it wasn't for my ancestors setting this shit up for you to do it this way. Why do you think we take the stance that we take? We're not saying, oh, do this certain way. No, we comprehend like, oh, damn, this is how this shit was set up. Motherfuckers is out of order then. Like, motherfuckers is straight out of order. Now, granted, I do also agree with what you're saying, Malika. Malika's whole angle is, why the fuck are you talking to me?
Everything is none of their business.
Where's my contract? Where's my oath of office for you to even be approaching me?
Apparently even saying,
because I shouldn't have to be someone special for you not to talk to me when your own rules say you can only talk to who work with you, your coworkers. Mm-hmm. And only when they're actually at work. Because what does that mean? It means even if you are otherwise a Moorish American or Native or whatever, right? Like that is your 100% overarching, this is what I am. If you work for them 1 hour out of the day, you are in fact, even as your Moorish self or whatever, part of their public administration. That's what everybody needs to understand. If you took an oath, okay, because remember, they're not supposed to do any religious tests to say, oh, if you're not this, then, you know, or if you are that, we're going to exclude. They can't do that, right? They can't do that. So it means that even being your right self, right? If you go and submit yourself and you take an oath and you're at work at the pleasure of the governor for real for 1 minute, or 1 day, or 1 week, or a decade, or whatever, yes, you are in fact under their jurisdiction. That's the main reason that I don't make any other distinction, because you can be those treaty people and still go and be the city bus driver. See what I'm saying? And while you're that city bus driver and you're wearing that uniform and you're on the clock for that municipal corporation, you better follow their rules. Don't be drunk when you come to work, which you shouldn't be anyway, you know. Don't rob the fair turn the money over. Like this is common sense after that.
But even saying the word contract,
you can't say contract. It's agreement.
But
it's agreement. Contract has a specific definition of an agreement.
Contract is a word in law.
Yes, it is, but so is agreement.
Exactly. If I say agreement, they're probably going to say sovereign citizen.
No, they won't, because agreements can be unilateral. Contracts cannot.
It's not about it being unilateral, though. It's about me just asking, is there one that exists?
Yeah, an agreement is what has to exist, not specifically a contract. Because remember when we're reading in those sections of the code where it says that you don't even have to be getting paid? That means you could just volunteer, right?
Right. No, I see what you're saying.
But you're still bound. We didn't have to accept your application to be an employee. You can just volunteer. And if you volunteer, you are bound, you know? So that's why, in my opinion, it's important to just say the agreement part of it, as opposed to the contract. Like it has to be, because it doesn't have to be a contract. You can just volunteer. Because that's what people are doing when they come to court. They tell themselves like, oh, I had traffic court and I had to go. And it's like, what, you had to go? Who said? You had to? People try to make it seem like they had a gun to their head. Oh, well, I felt pressure. Like you, according to them, you volunteered. Because there is no agreement and you didn't ask for any agreement. You showed up. So we're going to perform. We're in a circus. And people, I was forced. I don't buy it. And they think I'm being insensitive. I'm not being insensitive, because they tried to invite me to court and I kept asking them, okay, so what is it that, what did I give to you? Because that's the part that's missing. What did I give to you to say you can command me? Because if I didn't give it to you, then you're enforcing slavery.
Yeah, nah, he was.
And I don't care what you want to call that agreement. What did I give to you to say you can command me? Because no one's going to say, oh, well, you don't have to tell them. I shouldn't say no one would say it. If they're stupid, they will say, oh, you don't have to agree. They can do whatever they wish. That's what I'm waiting for one of them to say.
Oh, I had one lady say some dumb like that.
Yeah, good.
I said, how does that apply to me? She said, because I'm telling you it does.
Oh.
And I got that for the record.
Okay, mommy.
I got that for the record. But this guy right here, he was pretty clear that I didn't have to answer his question. I said, I know I don't have to answer your questions. I'm asking you questions to find out the nature of what you think you're doing here.
Word. Because for child services or whatever, unless it's an emergency, and this is what it says in their own rules, you have to be a foster parent. The child has to be an adopted child. People say, oh, I'm a biological parent. You better look at the definition of biological parent. Because biological parent, the definition says that you're the natural parent of an adopted child. So they're still calling the child adopted when you're saying I'm the biological parent. That's the nonsense they have in their code.
When we was on the phone with the lady, she tried to ask, are you so-and-so's father? And I just asked her another question instead.
Yeah, because what is that the business? How is that your business?
Exactly.
Hey, the fuck about my business.
My familial status and the number of my children are none of your business.
Exactly. That's why she ended up getting off the phone. She realized that we were talking for like 15 minutes and I hadn't answered one question, but she answered like 10 of them, and she was incriminating herself the more questions she answered.
Mother
I love
Tamari
that
says,
so much.
Dispatch.
That makes my day.
But he did the same thing she did, went packing.
I love it. You're doing it absolutely right. I just want to tell you, I may not agree with some of the things that got you into the situation, but I absolutely agree with how you're handling it. Because it don't matter. It's none of their business. That's the part that they don't seem to get.
The whole fact that they don't have an actual complaint, they have a hearsay statement. Like, bro, you're here trying to investigate a hearsay statement, violating my rights in the process because you're not supposed to be here trying to talk to me.
Yeah, but the only people that can be reported to them are their licensees. So you got to have the application I gave you to be a licensee. Outside of that, the only powers they have are emergency. And it means that one of their people had to witness harm to a child. They only have emergency powers unless they're operating on a licensee. That is what I learned from studying the Family Court Act in New York and several other family acts or whatever they call them in different jurisdictions. They all come down to the same thing.
Which did not happen, and which did not and does not exist. Which you said
exactly. The guy was nervous. He was nervous, man. He kept like curling up the paper he had. He was like turning it into like a telescope. He was fidgeting. He was nervous, yo. And then he really got nervous when I called him out on like, are you judging me and making defamatory statements about me when you don't even know me? You came to my house to insult me? And you don't have a contract or an agreement with these people that you're claiming to represent. Who are you? I'm about to call the police on you.
So yes. So is that LVMPD?
Well, the police.
That's circling the block. Because I'll make the fucking call. I will. I don't give a fuck.
No, I mean they didn't stop here. They just kept passing, but they were going up and down. I seen like 4 or 5 of them and one of those big old investigation vans within like a minute after he walked away.
That sound like a raid, bro. That sound like they raided somebody's crib around the corner.
Possibly. This ain't the best neighborhood, so I could just be a little extra, you know what I mean, about them going up and down like that. But it's just interesting that it happened like right after, you know, he left, like walked away, like
I'll make a call. I'll just mute so I won't disclose the street name, but I'll make the fucking call.
Well, no, you should name the street and say, hey, is there something going on that I should know about for my safety near Bromley? Because you know, well, yeah, you know, mute it, you know. I mean, I guess you
policy officer's been dispatched.
Yeah, I see a lot of police going up and down. I just want to make sure that me and my neighbors are safe.
Word.
But you already know I'm with the shiznit.
Anyway, brothers, I gotta go.
All right.
I get ready for tomorrow. So if you guys get on tomorrow, I'll see y'all then.
Well, time out. What's up tomorrow? Tomorrow's Saturday. What I miss?
Oh, tomorrow we're gonna do a lawsuit in 2 hours, hopefully.
Okay, like an add-on to sue-along? It's like a sue-along?
Yeah, we're doing a follow-up with the sue-along. So we're going to write a lawsuit because just like what we're even hearing happening today, just that event alone warrants a complaint.
What time? Because it's my baby's special day tomorrow, so I ain't gonna be on.
Well, you know it's going to be recorded. It's going to be at noon my time. So
in what group? PMAP.
I'm going to post the link. Everything for sue along is in the private ministerial action process. Okay, so even though it's going to be broadcasted on a Zoom, I'm going to post a number. It's going to be a special different number. I'm going to post that in the group in the morning. So if you're able to make it, it'll be posted in PMAP.
Is there, Malika, do you know if there's a way to request everything from like his file for like him coming out here? It has to be documented. All of that has to be documented.
Yep, so it's just like what I mentioned about calling up dispatch. He's supposed to have, there's supposed to be a full field, so-called field report.
Yeah, I want to see that. Because they talking crazy in there and can get sued for what they're saying in there.
Again, look at the what do you know what it is similar to whatever the Family Court Act or the Family Act is for the state? Do you know what that is?
I do not, but I mean, I'm sure we could figure that out.
Yeah, it should be easy to find. Like I said, a couple of states actually call it the Family Court Act of whatever the state is. Like New York is one of the states that calls it the Family Court Act. But other states might call it some other type of family thing. It'll be near divorce and marriage. Just to give you a clue.
Divorce and marriage. Yeah. Hey, Aiden, how are you? I'm seeing a lot of activity on Bromley. I just want to know, do I and my neighbors have to be on guard for what's going on there? Or I think I even saw maybe a SWAT investigation trailer go by also.
Where's that at?
On Bromley Avenue.
Bromley.
I saw about 4 or 5 different policy enforcing cars, as well as well, those said vehicles, as well as I thought I saw, like, I'm not sure if it was SWAT or something like that. Yeah, I'm curious to see what's the dispatch that went out for that to be that activity. I don't want my youth going out. Uh-huh.
Like you giving me your street doesn't really help me. Based on the address that we're responding to.
Yeah, I was just saying because the activity is happening on Bromley, so I wouldn't know who is reacting to what specific said address, so to speak. I just see the activity and just like, okay, am I okay to let the youth outside and go play, or should we be alarmed?
Oh, I see where you guys are at. You guys are next to Kipling Street, aren't you?
I think that's right. Is that Kipling there, bro?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
So yeah, no threat right now. There's a
homicide investigation. All righty, thank you so much. Just want to make sure, so I'm able to let the children go out and play.
Yeah, they're just gonna keep a perimeter over there while the investigation continues, and just keep them away from that. The coroner's office will probably be going down there and stuff like that. So just to give you a heads up.
All right, I'll just keep them within, I guess, 25 feet of my vision then.
There's no threat out there at this point, but the investigation is going to be out there for a while. Just to let you know.
Well, you've been great. You have a delightful day and a delightful, strong beginning. We don't like to look at it as a weekend. All righty, you enjoy yourself. All righty.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All righty, bye-bye. All right, so we're good.
Mystery solved.
I love that question you asked them. Can I let the youth out to play? I'm like, brilliant. Yeah. That's brilliant. Yeah.
I kind of hate having to be deceptive like that at times, but I do it when it's necessary.
It's always necessary when talking.
I
posted on Facebook a while that said, always lie to the government unless telling the truth is going to get you a better result.
Yo. Oh my God. Hey, you missed it. You missed it when I had Brother Corey. I think it was Brother Corey, Brother R, and Brother Sean. And we called it Kentucky State Republic. And I realized that Eastern accent that they sit there and voice profile. So I was like, y'all bros, don't laugh. You might want to mute your mics. And I'm like, hey there, Pam. How you doing, hun? I was just wondering, because I might not be the sharpest tack in the box. I was just wondering. And I ain't gonna front that shit got me every answer I needed. It did. I'm like, fuck. I had the voice app to get what the fuck I needed. I'm serious. It's fucking ridiculous.
I'm sure it was hilarious. Yeah. So tomorrow we're writing a complaint. Hopefully we get to do it from start to finish in a couple of hours. And the purpose of it is so that when things like this happen, they come to your door, turn around, open up your template, change the name, the time, the day, send. It should not be any longer all of us just sitting around like, what do I do? Who do I? No, you write that one complaint, you send it to a half dozen different departments, and you let them go fight amongst themselves.
Right.
That's why I said we love the jurisprudence gem. That is our inside code for lawfulliving.com, guys. I mean, literally, I know Malika's being humble about it. However, I got the app right there.
I'm gonna go, guys. I really gotta help you.
Am I still screen sharing? How come the app?
Yes, you are. We can see your screen.
Yeah, but I don't see it yet.
It didn't pop up yet. Sometimes it takes a while to load. Because too many people on here.
Malika, I'm gonna do my complaint while you teaching the people how to do their complaint.
Good. That's what I hope everybody's doing. I might be writing one for myself.
I just told him. He asked me if I wanted his card. I was like, yes. I'm about to send you.
That's what I'm actually gonna go work on right now. I'm gonna go click on Jamie's document, and then I got at least another half dozen other people's documents to click on.
Easy. All right.
We'll be working that out. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.
Peace.
All right, peace, Malika.
Peace.
So let's come on back here, man. That was sweet. Like I said, I didn't even expect. I didn't know. Once Malika didn't show up immediately, I was like, all right, it's all good. But then she popped in, was about to close. I was like, hold up, wait a minute. Special dedication coming out to all y'all. Anyway,
you should have heard him. He was like, "Of course, this is in the state." I said, "Sir, you might want to look up NRS 372.030 before you embarrass yourself right now."
See, I get it now. They're investigating a homicide because you had 2 killings on the phone, and they're like, "Who the fuck is around here killing shit?" And there's no actual physical victim. What the fuck is happening,
shit, bro? Straight killing shit.
I'm just saying, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, what are we to do here? Like, what are we doing?
And I had to ask him, like, okay, so because he said he heard the phone call, the recording. He says, right. I said, okay, so if you heard the recording, you also heard Erica say that she will have her attorneys contact us, and then you also know that my power of attorney reached out to her and let her know that when the attorney contact my power of attorney with his credentials. Are you their attorney? No. What are you doing here?
Correct. Get the fuck out of here.
And even if they did have attorney with credentials, he still can't talk to us.
You can't talk to me, motherfucker. That's really what's happening, man. Pardon me, man. I had they got some vegan pizza and a vegan chili dog that wasn't so bad. I'm not bragging. I was just like, whoa. So I'm just I'm saying, but it is what it is. Mother Samaya says, love you guys. And you see, Mother Samaya, we call dispatch. So, we made sure we just fulfilled what Malika suggested, as well as you backing that suggestion there. She says, love you guys. She says she's going to be there at PMAP. Yeah. I don't know what you heard about me.
You're the PMP.
I'm going to be in that PMAP class, but hey, you know what I'm saying? Just saying, right? But yeah, Mother Samaya said she's going to be there. I know when it's either Samaya or Shakira, it's still Mother Samaya, right?
Honest to the prophet, man.
Yeah, honestly, rocking over Drew Ali for real, because we wouldn't be doing this for any other reason. Like, we're not doing this. We're just clout chasing. What'd you say, Brother Corey?
It's a lot of Shaka Moxon in the building, ain't it?
Yeah, I know, right? It's a lot. I mean, from all 3 of y'all except me. I'm from near the sister city, as they call it. I'm really from my mother, but I'm from near the sister city, right? Because Shaka Moxon and Bale Natimor are what they call the sister cities, due to their 9 times out of 10. The energy centers that they are, according to the ley lines on the planet, right? All being connected technically by Route 1, as they call it, right? So to speak, right? What's that, Boston Road, as they call it in certain areas, Route 1, Baltimore, Washington Parkway is what it's called, but it's all Route 1, right? Major ley line, that is. So a lot of the roads are on major ley lines, guys. So with that being said, any other questions, comments, and/or suggestions before I close this out, with the invocation out, the Moorish American prayer?
I'll just say it was a pleasure. It was an honor to be able to host this type of demonstration with you, bro, and with Mother Malika and Brother Corey. I just appreciate y'all.
Man, look, man, we appreciate you, because I'm telling you, like, this telepathy field trip, I didn't even expect that last call to happen. It was just like, I mean, we ain't played a Magic School Bus joint for the post, but
I know, right?
I definitely buckled my seatbelt real quick. It's like, all right, let's do this. You know what I mean? And like I said, that stuff be coming to my head as I'm in the moment, as I'm hearing the people. You know what I mean? On the phone, it's like, all right, let me adjust this way. You know what I mean? Let me kind of move out the way. Because he's like, what are you saying? And he's like, oh, well, I can't see where you are. Oh,
When he said near Kipley or whatever he said, I'm like, is that bro? Like I'm talking in the back. Like, it's so much. It's funny. I'm not a part of Screen Actors Guild, for the record. My voice acting is literally off of the fact that I just love singing. So by me loving singing, because you ask my beloved mother, Mistress Connoisseur, she'll tell me I'll probably be around here singing the same song. She's so sweet. Because I'm pretty sure sometimes she probably want to be like, stop singing that. I'm hearing it. I'm telling you, especially that. Whoa, I'm trying to tell you. You already know what I said to the chat yesterday, and I'm like, yo, he killing it. That's my jam right now. That James Victory. Goodness gracious, man.
Oh, I should have. That would have made the demonstration so much cooler if I would have grabbed the phone, signed into Zoom, and recorded him so that we could all ask him questions together. Like that would have been so cool, because that would have been a demonstration on how you deal with these people trying to steal your babies. Essentially, that's what they're really trying to do.
Everything I'll give to you, darling, but until we reach, I'm trying to tell you, yo, more in your mind, because it's just like he couldn't wait. And don't you worry about, baby,
It's just like it's
baffling.
Anyway. It's baffling that he could allegedly hear the recorded conversation and still show up. Like, bro, you got some guts. If you heard that conversation, you probably shouldn't have came. Like you should have knew better. But he showed up with the, I understand you don't like government. Like you don't even know who you don't even know if that was me.
That was who was next to, what was her, Erica. That was who was next to Erica.
That's what I was thinking. But he denied it. He said that he didn't come with her and he wasn't there for the call. He heard the recording afterwards. This is what he said. But we don't know.
At least we know we were recorded without being asked to. So I guess it's mutual.
Right. That's another thing. They didn't ask to record us. See, this is the thing. They didn't ask to record us, and the call never said that they were recording us, and they are subject to those state laws.
Because I thought we called our cell phone.
I mean, didn't we? We didn't call the office. We called the cell.
I know, right?
Oh, I wish I would have recorded him right now saying that he heard the recording, because what he's admitting to, they're admitting to violating state laws, because they are subject to those state laws in reference to who can record who or whatnot. So they just violated those. We didn't. But they
Isn't
did.
it great to not be in the States?
Right.
Oh, that shit is hilarious, bro. And at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Like, one, it's none of their fucking business. And two, they need to stay from trespassing.
Yes.
They're like Jehovah's Witnesses almost, but just wanting jurisdiction instead of, have you heard about the Lord today? It's just
right. Well, technically they were trying to force their religion upon me.
Technically, yeah, because he said what he believed.
Yeah, he said, and he said he knows about my beliefs and all that, and he knows this and this and that about me. Like, you actually don't know me, but thank you for violating my right to be secure in my home, and then coming here to make defamating statements to me, all in the attempts to investigate some hearsay bullshit that you can't even tell me who said it. Fuck out of here.
Yo, I'm sorry, yo. I'll give to you, darling, until we reach.
And look, I just thought about it again.
What'd you say, bro?
I just thought about it again. I haven't ate since Wednesday, bro. Every word I speak is spirit, and they better heed.
Flat out, bro. Because look, think about it.
Yo.
The telephony field trip came to your door.
Right.
Yo, because we recorded it yesterday. We just didn't go live with it. That's why I said, yo, with your permission, if you want, and you made the decision, and I'm not pushing you to say anything now. But yeah, you want Malika to hear that shit, bro. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah. I just want to take out any certain names that were mentioned in there, because that's somebody
already.
But other than that, yeah, I definitely want to present that for class, because it's a great demonstration. You know,
we all got the same music software.
Right. No, yeah, I know. I know. Yeah. I thought about it. I got to go in there and put a beep, you know, like he said,
or just simply highlight that portion after you zoom in a little bit and you find that particular word and omit it.
Mute it. Yeah. Yeah, because that was a good one actually, man. I would say it now. But.
Yo, I tried to help her out, too. Like when that call started off, I was like, hey, my brother's gonna knock you the fuck out. I didn't say this verbatim. I'm just saying in the spirit, this is really what it was. But the words I was using, so I was just wondering, is there a contract and an oath between your agency and he? And she, I mean, she was honest. She was like, no, I just want to know some things. And it's just like,
no, she straight up said it's an informal investigation. Then we pull up the etymology of informal and it says unofficial. Not it's like it's not even what she's doing is without office. Like,
oh no, I get it now. She was investigating if you like Lorna Doones or Junior Mints because she's a Girl Scout. No, she wasn't selling cookies.
Anyways, if she tried to sell me cookies, what how do I pay for them? There's no money.
She was trying to give you some of her cookies. Let me stop.
Oh man, my concert about to come out and check her ass.
That's what I was about to say. I'm like, sis, like.
Well, no, we didn't even open the door to her. She just did. Remember, we seen the card and then we just contacted her. And then
because I asked her. I said, is it just a normal practice to actually leave correspondences on people's door without a stamp? Because that's a 13 USC. That's 18 USC 1341 mail frauds and swindles that's taking place. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just saying. First of all, if you think I'm the one you got to worry about, lady, I'm trying to save you. I'm trying to give you out here. You might want to stop doing what the fuck you think you're doing, lady. I'm telling you. I let brother R speak to you. And it wasn't a let. It was the fact that bro was like, yo, you can POA for me on this. And I'm like, all right, I got you, because I already know. Like, brother R is gonna be like this is her in his hand. And he's like, just get her head off.
She kind of backed off by not showing back up and sending someone else. This guy said he was from a whole different department. Because when I said, why would you guys come back when you already know what it is? And then he was like, well, I'm with a totally different department or within the agency or whatever. And I'm like, but you said you heard the conversation. You said you heard the recording.
Yes, yesterday you sent the left hand and today you're gonna send the right foot.
And then tell me that it's not the same body.
I'm a part of a different part of the body. I just, I'm not actually, Mercury rolled. I'm Jupiter rolled.
I didn't hit you yesterday because that was the right hand of the body. I'm just the left leg of the body. So I'm kicking you right now, but there's no reason you should connect that to the right arm that I'm a body of slapping you yesterday. Well, really, you didn't slap me. I actually parried that and chopped your ass in the throat with the spirit of the law on my dial plate. And after chopping your throat, why would you show up here coughing, barely able to? Why would you do that?
Armpit sweating, like, man, you look a little moist under the armpits. Oh, you got on a coat, so you're sweating through layers of shirts, and then your coat is I
guess he doesn't care because he's on the clock, so he's getting quote unquote paid. But boy, he wasted some gas today and some time.
Indeed, Mother Samaya, go and do your thing. She said that was a good move. Keep it all on the record. She gotta go. Peace, brothers. Indeed, Mother Samaya. Continue saying what you were saying, brother R. Go right ahead, bro.
Yeah, he big time wasted some gas today. They probably like, that's gonna have to come out of your pocket today, Dan.
Wow, Dan. It's funny because Danielle means God's justice or the justice of God, right?
Hey, his last name is Wild, bro.
Say that again.
His last name is Wild.
Hold on. Justice of God. Wild justice of God? Because they would put last first and first last. And
it's WILDE. It's Wild.
he came wilding at your door.
Yeah.
All right, I yield, bro. Let's do our invocation now as we see standing here handsomely, standing Dugard in his Moorish Sharif Fez, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali, doing religious corporate activity, being Prophet Noble Drew Ali. All righty, and I am going to lead us out here, guys, so everyone can stand and position their feet like Prophet Noble Drew Ali's there. We're going to face east, which is symbolic pertaining to going within. The metaphysical definition for east is within. And we're going to extend all 5 appendages on the left hand and just extend the index and middle on the right hand. We're going to face east and have our feet as it is there, as Prophet Noble Jali is standing. And what we're going to do is repeat after me. You can either speak it aloud when you repeat or just say it in your heart. Islam.
Islam.
Islam. Allah, the Father of the universe.
Allah, the Father of the universe.
Father of love.
Father of love.
Truth.
Truth.
Peace.
Peace.
Freedom.
Freedom.
And justice.
And justice.
Allah is my protector.
Allah is my protector.
My guide.
My guide.
And my salvation.
And my salvation.
By night.
By night.
And by day.
And by day.
Through his holy prophet.
Through his holy prophet.
Noble Drew Ali.
Noble Drew Ali.
Ameen. Islam, y'all. Well, guys, we thank you all our mothers and brothers, right? Daughters and sons that may have showed up also. We thank you oh so much. We thank our brother Exalted Cyclops, Brother Corey Bey, for joining us and kicking it with us here in the green room, and actually coming up on the forefront too, and posting things in the chat. Brother Corey, you've been amazing as always, bro. Thank you so much. We'd like to thank Mother Malika for showing up too, man, like putting in her comments just in the Telegram group, at Lawful Living's Telegram group, right? The Jurisprudence Gym, right? That's where we go and exercise our spirit law, even though everyone there that's a member is not Moorish American. What'd you say there, bro?
I said indeed.
Indeed, indeed. So with that being said, to all you beloveds, thank you oh so much. Share this out with your loved ones. I know I didn't expect it to go as long as it did. However, since it did, and the material that's here, the content that's been, put forth, guys, all I can say is like, use this for your own situations. Don't wait till something to happen. Don't wait until you get into a situation with policy enforcers or a lawyer or a courtroom. Do these things preemptively. Just have a field trip, right? I don't think we're really ever really dealing with anything serious. However, I know me, myself, personally, because I don't really speak for myself, I'm not dealing with anything in the court systems at all. So why not? Why not call the district court? Why not call the circuit court? Why not call the state's attorney for Baltimore City? Why not? Well, you ain't got nothing going on. Why talk to him? This is the best time to talk to him, to find out, hey, how do you play Monopoly? Because when I read the objective, it says that I'm supposed to collect 200 doll hairs when I pass go. But for some reason, every time I pass go, you guys are trying to write me a fucking citation. That's all I'm saying. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you passed go too fast. you was on 55 and the 54 when passing go. Okay. All righty. License and registration and step out of the car. Anyway, so with that being said, any other last words, comments, questions, and/or suggestions going once? Questions, comments, and/or suggestions going twice? Questions, comments, and/or suggestions going thrice. We thank you all, Brother R. Bey and Brother Corey Bey, my beloved brothers in whom I'm well pleased. Also, much love always, and shout out to Brother Terrell, Tamari Bey with the sauce, and Brother Sean Alim El Braveheart. As always, we love you, we love you, we love you all. Namaste, namaste, namaste. Islam, 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 y'all. Peace and love.
Peace and love, bros.